I chose not to play Black Myth Wukong for a couple of main reasons. The first, and maybe the most petty, was when I saw this ability called the Immobilize spell utilized in every single boss fight I had seen on social media. To me, at face value, it looked a lot like the devs didn't have faith in their boss fights and therefore implemented a free opening button to compensate, which certainly didn't inspire my interest given that the bosses are the real meat of a game in my eyes. Another reason I chose not to play it is that it won't be released on Xbox for a long time, possibly never. I'm not really sure, but I am sure that by the time it would have, the game would have lost its mainstream relevancy and there would be no point in making a video about it. I only so rarely use my PlayStation given that my setup is very Xbox focused, and so I was very close to writing off this game altogether. It was only after I'd seen a bit more about this game that I reconsidered my position. Alright, I guess I'll play it. One thing that must be understood about Black Myth Wukong in order to fully grasp its themes and concepts is that this game plays the Wukong myth in a very cyclical way. In the same style of narrative that a Dark Souls game will always have a fire to Link, in this world there will always be a Wukong of one form or another. And that Wukong will largely follow in his predecessor's footsteps even when that doesn't make much sense, because many characters within the game have already been killed by Wukong in the book. But I suppose many characters are immortal like that, so it doesn't really matter. In order to fully understand many of the myths and ideas that I had missed out on my first playthrough, I read the entire 2,300-page series of Journey to the West, so that I might be able to give context where it matters, including within this introduction segment, which is much more significant than it looks at face value. Black Myth starts the game with a classic video game move, giving you the chance to play as a fully leveled endgame character that you'll eventually become. Then faces you off against insurmountable odds, having you get beaten down, and then resets you to base abilities and gear at level 1-1. Though this battle takes place after the events of the book, I believe that it largely represents the greater narrative of the gods being unable to avoid their fate of clashing with Wukong. This fight is meant to represent every time that the Celestial Court got sick of the handsome Monkey King's shit and were forced to put an end to his antics. But I think more poignantly, this fight represents, in a history repeats itself kind of way, the first clash that Wukong had with the Celestials and Erlang. For context, Wukong's early life is all of the fun stuff, where he gets incredibly powerful through the way, becoming immortal, calling himself the handsome Monkey King, obtaining the Compliant Rod, and throwing a fit until the Celestial Court recognizes him with the title of Great Sage equal to Heaven. However, he eventually trashes 3 separate parts of heaven in a bender of indulgence, ruining the immortal Peach Festival, and then the gods have to retaliate. Many times over, the gods are beaten back, and even after they send Erlang, the Jade Emperor's nephew, into the fight, he can only seem to match Wukong's strength. The game mimics this within its first fight, where there are no stakes, which serves well to be a mini tutorial as well as a showcase of the various abilities you'll unlock along your journey. I really like when games do this for both gameplay and storytelling purposes. You're introduced to this character at the height of their power, being the original Wukong who became immortal and overpowered through various means already. And he's only able to be beaten when a cheap trick is used against him, such as in the book when the celestial Lu Zi throws his diamond snare weapon into Wukong's head, which phases him enough for Erlang to land the final hit and subdue him. In this version of the battle, Wukong is brought down by a band around his head which constricts at the utterance of a spell, which was placed upon him by Bodhisattva Guanyin, a bodhisattva being someone who is aspiring to reach the status of Buddha, who has already obtained many spiritual powers and immortality. It's also worth mentioning that any immortal being is capable of transforming their body into different forms, a recurring theme in the book and game. The placement of the band on Wukong's head was meant as a means of control to keep him on the path towards enlightenment, and the spell that makes it shrink is taught by Bodhisattva Guanyin to the Tang monk, another very important character who needs some context. You see, the Tang monk is tasked by Guanyin to seek scriptures from the West and bring them back to his people in the East. He really is the central figure of the concept of journeying to the West, and many of the companions he meets along the way become his disciples, largely through Guanyin's intervention. The first of which being Wukong after his loss against the Celestial Court. When Wukong is subdued by Erlang, he is brought to heaven for execution, a task they find to be impossible, eventually leading to Wukong's escape, only to run amok in heaven once more. Only then does a Buddha manage to subdue him once more with a wager and a trick. It's not important, but what is that Wukong gets imprisoned for 500 years within a stone box under a mountain in the mortal realm. After the 500 years, he is found by Bodhisattva Guanyin, who then tells him that a scripture-seeking monk will come along to free him if he's willing to become his disciple. I think that this cutscene in-game is meant to represent Wukong's original birth as the stone monkey, but also his imprisonment within the stone box in the mountain, and that our starting point in-game is mirroring the Tang monk freeing Wukong from his stone prison, and taking him along the journey to the west. In-game, when you're given control again, you're just a monkey guy with a stick. Well, actually, you're a peach. I think the implication is that a peach tree grew near the stone that Wukong's body became, and you're essentially a descendant of Wukong, birthed through his spirit growing inside the tree or something. Either way, it's a powerful storytelling device that sets us on our path towards our destiny to fulfill the role that Wukong left after his defeat. And maybe along the way, we'll find something out about ourselves in the process. Maybe we don't have to become the Wukong from before, and we can make our own fate. Maybe the real treasure of our journey will be all the people we killed and money we made along the way. Now, there's one small detail connecting the game and the book that makes me think that this post-stone imprisonment is the moment we continue on the cyclical path of Journey to the West. In the book, Wukong had been stripped before his imprisonment, and after being set free by the Tang monk, his first priority is to clothe himself. Soon after, a tiger approaches and Wukong bashes its brain out with his compliant rod, then ties its hide around his waist as a temporary garment. Lo and behold, this is the starting armor chest piece, given to you at the beginning of the game, the tiger hide loincloth. Another armor-based piece of evidence that we can use to place ourselves within the story is to see that the first craftable set in the game is called the Pilgrim set, Pilgrim being the title that is given to Wukong as he sets out on his journey with the Tang monk. And so we're picking up the retelling of this story from this point in the original, which fits quite nicely with the narrative of Chapter 1. Although in this version, we are much weaker with far less powerful gear than Wukong would ever be and have. One flaw within the framing of this intro as a from rags to riches narrative is that very soon after our power nerf, we're granted the Immobilize spell, halfway through the first boss fight in a very clean animation that makes you feel like you missed a dodge only to seamlessly enter a cutscene. You'll be given the free opening spell by this weird old baby man, which, to be honest, kinda undercuts the whole starting off as a weak monkey dude idea. One fight in and you're already handed arguably the most powerful ability in the game, but also arguably this ability is so ingrained in the combat of the game itself, you kinda need it. In a way, it almost feels like a base level ability such as a jump or parry in Elden Ring. In most boss fights, you're not going to be given the opening time to perform any of your most powerful abilities and combos unless you utilize this ability. And I spent a good chunk of time not using this ability purely because I wanted to learn the boss fights well and struggle through them with the same challenge run mentality that I would ordinarily apply to a Souls game. However, this game is clearly not built for that, hence giving you the Immobilize ability this early, halfway through your first boss fight, meaning you'll never have to be without it. The game gets really boring without this ability, being that bosses are designed with this ability in mind and therefore lack the larger openings necessary to perform any real powerful or cool combo or attack. Which means that combat without Immobilize is largely a single or double hit in between boss attacks over and over and over again. And the only way to mix up the monotony of the basic combat is to invest in the spendable cooldown style skills with focus points or spells, such as the ability which allows you to ignore or see through the enemy's next attack by performing a heavy mid combo which uses a focus point. By being conscious of your available focus points and mindful of the boss's incoming attacks, you can successfully avoid an incoming attack while hitting the boss with a heavy, which is likely to stagger them and allow you to damage them further. And understanding that is going to be the biggest barrier of entry for players going in with a Souls mindset or even a Sekiro mindset. The devs were clear going into this game that it was not a Souls-like, calling it instead a Souls-light, which I think still is a bad take to have. This game is very much mimicking the base level concepts of a Souls game such as dodging, stamina bar, having a bonfire system, but the combat itself is very different with an almost diametrically opposed philosophy behind its design. Souls games are largely defensive with the majority of your skill set placed within learning the boss's moveset, so as to primarily focus on avoiding damage. You're given shields, parrying, armor, and iframes, all to deal with the incoming threats, and then when you're given an opening, your main challenge is to avoid overcommitting, as greed will result in unavoidable damage and might be your undoing if you're unable to avoid incoming damage long enough to heal within an appropriate opening. I would say Sekiro takes this concept even further, giving you deflections, a largely defensive ability which will ultimately be the boss's greatest weakness. Though difficult, it is possible to defeat bosses in Sekiro without dealing a single hit of damage to them, if you can break their posture effectively enough. That might not actually be true. Bosses might not attack enough to fully break their posture with just deflections, jumps, and makiris, but you know what I'm saying. Sekiro is a very defensive game on a systemic level. Wukong, on the other hand, is on the opposite side of the spectrum, largely revolving around dealing effective damage to subvert most of the boss fights. And that's where the game really shines, in offering you the opportunity to learn powerful abilities and then learn how to effectively implement them against bosses. Instead of focusing the majority of your mindset on what the boss is doing, you're better off focusing on and understanding your own offensive abilities. Which is why I found the best way to describe this game is by calling it a single target hack and slash. And while I'm by no means condemning this style of game, there is some significant downsides to this philosophy of design. The double-edged sword of being an offensively focused game is that your character's abilities will largely stay the same or only get more powerful, which results in a mindset where you'll lead every single fight in the game by using Immobilize and whatever combo you get the most damage with. You'll want to start the Immobilize cooldown as soon as possible to use it as many times as possible in every boss fight, and the same thing applies to focus points. You're wasting your potential if you're getting hits in with full focus points. And I think this all comes together to give this game a reputation of having somewhat tedious gameplay, especially by the end game. Your strategies will mostly stay the same except getting more powerful for your entire playthrough with small bursts of dealing with the bosses in between cooldowns. Now shortly past the bullfight, you'll come across a shrine with this old dude called the Keeper, who acts as a narrative drive for this chapter. Every chapter essentially has a character like this who has some kind of trouble that you'll have to solve in one way or another. I believe that these characters are each one part of the cumulative spiritual successor to the Tang monk, who in the story was the main motivator for Wukong's journey. There is no character directly referred to as the Tang monk in this game, and so I believe that his role has been filled by the diverse set of narrative characters throughout the chapters. A bit after this cutscene, you'll find this fight which was giving players a ton of trouble early on. I think this dude is a really good example of a tutorial fight, giving you a moveset that's appropriately large and diverse, and crushing you pretty hard, which should lead you to play around with the Immobilize ability and the stagger system to effectively beat him. It's a pretty satisfying early game challenge to overcome, and probably the hardest boss fight of this tutorial area. The others include this wolf fight, which had a really cool way of jumping onto the rooftops of the arena to perform a top rope fucker slam, and hid some of his telegraphs behind other animations which reminded me of Ludwig from Bloodborne. Overall, its health bar wasn't too big, and I didn't even notice beating it without using Mobilize. I could say the same of this early game frog boss fight, which didn't hit hard either. I did really appreciate the move coverage this boss had, doing a back kick if you're behind him and sweeping tongue or arm attacks if you're in front or to the side of him. Although his long-range throat punch dash felt a little wonky, like it was able to hit you instantly before the frog even got there. Once you get the hang of it, the telegraph is easy enough, but the first few hits of it feel pretty cheap. Overall, a nice easy boss fight, and hopefully we'll see more of this guy as an elite enemy or an upgraded boss fight later. Next we have a caster enemy boss fight, which I did not enjoy at all. He has a move that temporarily fills his arena with snake turrets spitting poison at you, which I believe you can stagger him out of. And so my strategy became to wail on him as much as possible, and it turned out to be very effective, although I was still committed at this point to using Immobilize as infrequently as possible. And that nerf really showcased the simplicity of a fight like this. The dude could only get a handful of moves off while I was constantly attacking him, only one of which I had to bother dodging at all. And by the time I realized that I should probably just use the powerful abilities to crush him, I had already beaten him. Now lore-wise, this guy is said to be a disciple of the Elder Jin Chi, a character he refers to as his master. But Guanmo isn't in the book as far as I can tell. He and another disciple later on are additions purely for adding more bosses, I believe. It was after this fight that I realized I would be at bare minimum using spells in a similar way to the Legion arm in Lies of P, to deal with the fights that I considered worth skipping, which was the beginning of me fully embracing the mechanic. However, the main difference that I find between the two mechanics is that Lies of P's more powerful elements feel like bonuses that you'll use in a pinch to crush something before it can fight back, or by finding clever ways to implement the powerful options mid-boss fight in the openings you might get. The Immobilize spell, on the other hand, feels both integral to the combat, but also lacks any downsides to make it not worth using in certain instances. It deploys almost instantly, and so it really does make an opening rather than extend one. I really don't know quite how to feel about the mechanic, especially when compared to similar mechanics in other games, which I would only use to skip parts of fights that I don't want to fight. Immobilize feels worth using on almost every fight, which in a sense feels like saying every fight is worth skipping a chunk of. Whatever chunk you would have spent hitting a light attack once after every opening had you otherwise not used it. At bare minimum, fights like this caster dude definitely feel worth skipping entirely. Beat his ass with everything you have, and then move on to something better. A short ways further, and you'll come across a monkey feebly clinging to a tree branch, while a white cobra guai attempts to attack him. Beating the snake results in a cutscene where the monkey climbs down, claims that snake guais are pussies, and then claims that their gulls can be useful for soaking in drinks. This is our introduction to the very interesting Estus Flask mechanic of Wukong, which features many layers and various upgrades, which will eventually boost your build to new heights. At this point, we're not given many options though, and I largely ignored the Shen Monkey vendor for a long time, kind of forgetting that he exists. Within your first meeting of him, you'll have access to the Snake Gull Soak and a purchasable Celestial Lotus Seed Soak. Either of these items can be slotted in your single slot available for your first drink, the coconut wine, and their effects will then trigger every time you sip the flask. This system works well to incorporate an Elden Ring style physics system with the standard Estus Flask healing all wrapped up neatly within one item. However, there's a lot more to it than that, which you'll only see much further into the game. After collecting many items and upgrade materials, your flask will be customizable with the ability to upgrade your basic gourd, which has no passive abilities but can be upgraded to have the most uses in the game. You can slot and then upgrade different drinks within your gourd, although only a few can be upgraded, the others are already max level. And each offers a different utility, ranging from giving you more healing but coming at the cost of slow regen, giving you less healing but a small amount of either mana or a temporary speed boost, or by upgrading the basic coconut wine flask, you can get the most healing but no passive ability. Upgrading your drink will increase its effectiveness but also increase the soak slots, which then gives you more physic-like abilities, some of which are very powerful and some are very unique, finding use within some builds, like the soak that poisons you, which is valuable when paired with certain armor sets. And lastly, you can equip different gourds, which will have less total uses but feature potentially valuable passive effects, such as increasing the power of your next attack or increasing the speed of the gourd drink animation. All of this comes together to offer an interesting and unique healing flask system that innovates greatly on systems of the past, all while offering you many useful rewards to loot throughout the game's large sandbox of bosses to beat and chests to pilfer. Your gourd will also be the tool used for collecting spirits throughout the game, which grant passive effects and can be activated as a sort of ultimate move, transforming you for a moment into a previously defeated enemy that will then perform their signature move. The interesting detail lore-wise about the gourd being used to suck up spirits is that a similarly functioning tool was used against Wukong by a fiend in the book. This device is ultimately revealed to be one of the many celestial objects owned by Lu Zi that eventually falls into fiend hands. This gourd will trap anyone within it who answers when its user calls their name and then tosses the gourd into the air. Then the opening is sealed with tape reading, "May Lu Zi act accordingly to this command," and whoever is trapped inside will be dissolved into pus and blood in a matter of hours. It's a pretty neat little detail to use in-game as a spirit capturing mechanic, though hopefully with less pus and blood. Now the next fight with the white-clad noble felt like the first fight outside of the tutorial area and was the first boss with a phase 2. Again, I avoided using the freeze spell and struggled through his phase 1 by learning his moveset. However, I found myself consistently out of Chug Jug by the time phase 2 rolled around. This left me with no room for error while learning his phase 2, and eventually I decided I would rather use freeze spell to crush phase 1, which would give me more leeway when fighting phase 2. The unfortunate thing about phase 2 is that the fight becomes a lot more simplified, especially so if you keep your distance, which only gives him 2 options of attack. He can either throw a line of water at you or perform a dashing thrust at you, which results in a decent opening. And so by not using Immobilize, I just turned the fight into a boring simple one. Now at this point I'm going to do 2 things. Firstly, I'll explain the story of Chapter 1 and how it relates to the books, which is not all that different than in-game, but does add some more obvious context to what's going on. And second, I'm going to be taking a bit of a time jump in my gameplay, because I had totally missed this Chapter 1 secret area until after I had beaten Chapter 2. So the story of Chapter 1 revolves around a piece of the book where the Tang monk and Wukong pause their travels, stopping at a temple to rest. This temple is headed by Elder Jin Chi, an immortal man obsessed with fancy robes. a quality that Wukong, in his irresponsible ways, wishes to one-up. The Tang monk, having been chosen for this great journey, had been gifted a mythic robe by Bodhisattva Guanyin, which Wukong takes from their pack and shows off. Jin Chi becomes enamored by the robe, asks to inspect it overnight, and then plots to burn the Tang monk alive and to claim that it was an accident. However, Wukong uncovers this plot, ascends to the heavens, asks a celestial called a Devaraja to borrow their fire-repelling cover, and then uses it to protect the Tang monk, while also using magic to fan the flames into an uncontrolled inferno as a way of punishing the monks for their greed. While all this is happening, a bear spirit from the Black Wind Mountains sees the flames, then Cloud steps to the scene, as he is good friends with Elder Jin Chi, and was the one who originally taught Jin Chi the immortal abilities he now possesses, and also seems to have corrupted him. However, this friendship doesn't stop the bear from stealing the valuable robe for himself before fleeing back to the mountains. He then plans a festival around the Buddha robe alongside his acquaintances, a Taoist wolf spirit and a white-clad snake spirit. Wukong, in his efforts to retrieve the robe, kills the snake, then later kills the wolf, and eventually, after several attempts ending in the bear spirit fleeing, he enlists the help of Bodhisattva Guanyin, who ensnares the bear with magic and then employs him within one of her temples. Oh, and Elder Jin Chi commits self-aside after he sees the missing robe in his burned temple. Anyway, returning to the gameplay, starting with Chief Guanzi, who is said in-game to be another of Jin Chi's disciples, who would have been a pretty difficult boss fight, I imagine, had I not been way too powerful at that point, and that stands for a lot of the fights I had missed. I think at this point it'll be best for me to categorize the fights in this game a little bit so I can organize my thoughts and decide how in-depth I want to talk about each fight. Obviously, the end chapter and story-related fights are going to be the top-tier fights. Below that would be the fights like the Tiger Vanguard or the Dragon fights, which are important and worth investing in, and so I'll call them standard boss fights. Next down, we have the fights like this and the Frog fights, which I deem major or elite enemies similar to the mini big blue zombies in Lies of P, which that game doesn't consider bosses, but they don't respawn, they usually drop powerful items, and many of them are mandatory. Lastly, I have the absolute pushovers, such as the fights like Guan Mo, the kind of fights that could have otherwise just been a regular world enemy. Sure, they're more powerful than base level enemies, but I would say they compare more to an invader fight than an actual boss fight. And so my tier list goes pushovers, elite enemies, boss fights, and important boss fights. And I'll go into as much detail on them according to the classifications I put them in. There are far too many bosses in this game for me to cover them all, and so I'll need to organize and prioritize accordingly. Clearly, I don't need more than a single sentence to describe the Gore-Eye Taoist, for example. For Guanzi, I see him as an elite enemy, but I might be mistaken on that, considering I fought him late. His moveset is a combination of fast-paced hits and dashing slashes across the arena, which is kind of a staple of the elite enemy class of fights. You'll only really need to focus on the larger slashing hits to effectively manage the damage you'll take, being that the combos don't hit all that hard. The fire damage does hurt a bit, but can be rolled away. However, after beating this fight, you'll gain access to what would have been the third type of spell, but was the fourth to me, which is the Transformation spell type. This unlocks the ability to transform into Chief Guanzi and use two of his main attacks for yourself, which grant you a source of fire damage to use yourself. After beating him, you'll have access to the final bell of this area, a mechanic I had forgotten about until then. Ringing the final bell will transport you to a secret area which contains a boss fight with the Elder Jin Chi, who rambles about a stolen kaseya, which is a more technical term for a robe. The dude blames us for taking it and then attacks us. This boss is an upgraded version of the Wandering Wight, and that's pretty much all there is to it, except for one event move, which has him float into the air while you play a game of Bloons Tower Defense, keeping the wandering souls from praying to the boss. I only had one make it to him, which healed him a good chunk of health, but it was hardly noticeable compared to the massive damage I was dealing to him. Upon defeating the boss, you'll be transported out of the secret area and into this area with the Hanging Wolfman, where you'll be able to collect the Fireproof Mantle Vessel item, which would have been quite the help with the fucking bear fight at the end of this chapter, had I had it at the time. But it is cool that this item is a reference to the flame-repelling cover that Wukong uses to save the Tang monk. Moving on, next you'll fight the Black Wind King, a fight that doesn't feel all too bad to fight without the freeze spell, but also the last one I avoided using Immobilize in. He has some decent sized openings, especially when he breathes fire, allowing you to naturally get some combos or heavies in. I wasn't a fan of some of his combos, which felt like a blur of damage rather than individual hits, and could otherwise be easily avoided by back-rolling away. And I never really liked teleportation within boss fights, especially when it disables your lock-on. But this dude also had a mist form which will attack you several times, telegraphed by a burst of light that feels really unnatural the first few times you're hit by it. Beating him caused him to mist away and challenge you at the top of a temple, this time in bear form. Unfortunately, unlike Baldur's Gate, there's no option to initiate a sex scene with him while in bear mode. That being said, this bear did fuck me long dick style for a good amount of time. This fight is arguably one of the worst in the game, often punishing you in ways that feel nearing on outside of your control. His basic combo moves feature many subtleties in timing which will require intense study and memorization to effectively predict. And yet this boss doesn't have all that much health, which leaves it in a very weird place where learning the fight well will take an abundant amount of time and effort, but that effort will only see you through a small single health bar that you can pretty easily muscle through if you get good RNG. The problem is that a lot of this fight will come down to RNG, largely based on how it moves. The bear can teleport away, and if you were to attempt to use Immobilize on it during that animation, you'll instead rip the bear from the teleport but not freeze him. It also frequently shuffles around, which will undoubtedly result in many missed attacks, especially so if you're using the smashing stance, which was the only one I had unlocked at that point, and caused me to waste several focus points in heavy attack attempts. Something about this boss's design makes it always feel just out of reach from your weapon, which can be infuriating, especially when you're already not enjoying the fight. It doesn't help that the bear will fall on its ass every time you stagger it, and so unless you're already behind it, pushed into position by its collision, you are going to waste critical DPS time or stamina in an attempt to attack the opening you've worked for. On top of all of that, this boss will add fire explosions to its attacks around the halfway point, very subtly telegraphed by a slam move which you'll likely dodge like normal, only to be caught in a secondary blast which you'll only really see coming after being hit by it a ton, which can be very frustrating. But the attack isn't over, creating several flame spouts out of the ground randomly, which will inflict burn status effect if hit by them. When burned, you'll take damage over time, which can be mitigated by spamming dodge to put out the flames. In theory, this is a cool mechanic, but in practice, it just results in you spamming dodge while in a boss fight. And come on, I already do that enough as it is. To make matters worse, entering his fire state will cause the boss to use the mist form he had previously used in his human fight, which is just as awkward as before, if not more. The flash of light will trigger, signifying the attack, before the mist dashes back and forth throughout the arena, just slow enough that you'll likely have to delay your dodge by a second, which all results in a very awkward telegraph that often feels unfair whether or not you get hit. In some passes, it will come nowhere near you and dodging isn't necessary, and in others, you'll get hit, adjust your timing, and then in the next pass, get hit with that timing anyway. It's a very frustrating series of events and makes for a terrible power-up for the boss, especially when every attack from that point forward will explode with fire. The explosion will favor a frontward area of effect, based on the arm attacks reaching forward, which will likely have you favoring attacking the legs from behind. And that's another reason why muscling through rather than learning this fight well is what I would recommend. You have very little information for telegraphs when behind the boss, which will occasionally punish you with an attack you won't see coming, but you'll also be missed by many moves with a frontward facing attack area, which means longer uninterrupted combos and therefore more staggers and better positioning on those staggers. Just don't let my impeccable gameplay in the background fool you. This fight is pretty bad, and it's best to beat it as fast as possible. Now this boss was the final boss of Chapter 1, and upon beating it you'll be presented with an animation depicting some of the events from the original Journey to the West story, bridging the divide from the game's alternate telling of the story and the book's narrative that creates the game the world is set in. There are 5 in total, and each is in a unique art style which is really cool and shows off some of the talent, creativity, and care that went into building this game. And after playing the whole game and being thoroughly impressed by it, I figure it's worth letting a lot of it speak for itself rather than attempting to describe it. And so I'll be playing a lot of cutscenes in this video, which I hope you'll enjoy as much as I did. And I apologize if you're not a fan of subtitles.
卷起千般缘，色与空，弹指间，轮回路有万次劫，求不得，闭上眼，一生功名忙如烟，浮沉落花断不绝，涅槃究竟寻常事，有情处不远。口中念，心中言，现世报却方便。修行路无名尽，幡动时莫等闲。一生功名情如烟，最后人物在少年。最是萤火情失眠，谈真挚看见。
师父，徒弟还是想不明白，出家人尘缘已断，心海尽干，长老他为何偏偏放不下一件衣裳？
若不披上这件衣裳，众生又怎知我尘缘已断，心海尽干？
千重水，万重山，过了黑风第一关。红钟响，狼蛇藏，烈火熊熊，双目盲。小妖打得费劲，大怪更是仓皇。如此笨拙痴蠢，如何见得真章？螳螂捕蝉，黄雀在后。黄雀是谁？我看不到。单与螳螂倒是遍地乱跑。
I will say that these animations feel pretty long, and kinda come out of nowhere during an action-packed game such as this. Each animation itself is great, I just question the placement and the implementation of them. Lies of P does a much more succinct job of blending the source material and the mature, gory video game theme in a less obtrusive way. And I hope I didn't lose too much social credit for saying that. China #1, I love China. That being said, I guess it could also be looked at as a moment to bask in the glory of victory and relax with some cool visuals and neat lore.
华府六800里，曾是关外富饶地。一朝书桓凭空气，午夜瘴气渺攘气。无父无君无法纪，为非作歹有天比。修得大手皆佛力，西风一丝也就起。 哪知不测其祸，期待兮那黄毛孽畜再回击。平凡不是好得意，复兴后事却成谜。
After entering Chapter 2, you'll be introduced to one of the best characters in the game, and the reason that this chapter is one of the best in the game. This headless dude shows up at the end of all your battles and sings a pretty kick-ass song about how rad you are, which is nice to hear sometimes, you know? It's like every time I see one of those TikToks saying how men never get compliments, I'm always like, what, you could never beat millennia? But yeah, this guy is your guide through the area, just like the Keeper was for the first area. Each chapter of this game features a new guide that I've been referring to as Shrine Keepers, each who have their own narrative as to why you need to beat someone's ass for them. As well as that, each area gets a new model for a bonfire with a different shrine to offer incense to, which is a neat detail that once again shows that the devs cared enough to flesh out otherwise unnecessary visual designs that build to a more complete world. A short ways into this area and you'll find another boss fight with a froggy. Fuck yeah, except this fight kinda sucks ass. The gimmick of increasing this frog's difficulty was to implement a series of lightning-based moves into its moveset, which really don't play that well as far as I can tell. I couldn't through natural trial or error find a mechanic that deals with the lightning effectively, and that's really saying enough as far as I'm concerned. If the game doesn't telegraph a simple way to deal with its 100 tracking projectile attacks, then they're probably just bad attacks. Or maybe I'm just stupid and missing something obvious. Either way, I was quite disappointed with this fight. I expected good things from the base template of the frog's moveset. After moving through this area, you'll eventually come across the duo fight with the king and the second prince of the Flowing Sands. This is a strange play on a duo fight because it's barely a duo fight. You'll only need to beat the bigger rat to finish the fight, and killing the smaller king rat will change a cutscene later on where he would otherwise be present. The fight itself is really pretty easy and highlights the strange fluctuation of difficulty across the game as a whole. You'll often spend a large amount of time learning an important boss fight, throwing everything you have at him and only barely making it through, only to have the next few fights be absolute pushovers who you'll accidentally crush with ease because you're still in the hyper-aggressive state the last boss had left you in. It's kinda nice, to be honest. This game doesn't have a distinction between a mini-boss and a true boss, with the exception of the final boss of each chapter. And this game boasts over 100 bosses, so clearly many of which would fit more as an elite non-respawning item-dropping enemy more so than a boss. I will say it's nice to make big leaps in progress after a difficult skill check boss. Now once you've dealt with the second prince of the Flowing Sands, you'll push forward, and if you've left the king alive, he'll be found here in a nearby cave. And just like when my own father wishes to speak with me, he makes a offering of blood which summons the first prince of the Flowing Sands, who then devours his father and becomes an optional world boss that is once again a pushover. I ate just about every attack this dude threw at me and still managed to beat him on first try. He does however drop a key to a door that unlocks one way to the final boss of the chapter, I believe. This area has a pretty cool design in that it's essentially 3 different access points all converging on the final boss of the area, with 3 locked doors and 3 unique key items necessary to open them. So you'll unlock more of the map after beating different bosses, but you'll have to find the point at which to use the key as you explore. I didn't notice this mechanic until I had gathered all the keys, but they all essentially get you to the final boss in one way or another. Following the path past the first prince, and you'll eventually make your way to the Tiger Temple and the fight with the Tiger Vanguard. This guy is one of my favorite fights in the game and seems to have the perfect level of move complexity to mesh well with the combat systems of Wukong. His moves are rewarding to learn and offer satisfying yet sometimes tricky telegraphs, such as his spinning katana heavy, which will often trick you into dodging early with its quick setup movements and then delay just enough to roll catch you with the true swing, dealing heavy damage. This attack is often an attempt-ending move, and so you'll find yourself putting a decent amount of mental energy into identifying the combo and the timing of the move itself. And mastering it becomes a very satisfying accomplishment that dramatically increases your odds of success on subsequent attempts. Now this fight brought me to understand one aspect of this game on a deeper level than I had ever needed to before: the perfect dodge mechanic. When you dodge a move at the last moment before it can hit you, you'll activate a perfect dodge, which is signified by slowing time for a moment while leaving an after image behind. Succeeding in a perfect dodge will build up your focus bar, feeding into the combat loop, which allows you to return large amounts of heavy stance-breaking damage. And there are a handful of upgrades to this ability which are mostly negligible. One increases the focus gained, one gives you a short period of damage reduction, and one makes the after image you left behind explode after a short delay, but the base level idea is that the perfect dodge will give you focus points, and those focus points can then be used for regular or jump heavy attacks or skill related combos, all of which will give you a significant edge in combat when properly performed. However, this fight really highlighted how strangely annoying the visual design of the mechanic can be. The slowing time effect really messes with your timing sometimes, and after several quick successive perfect dodges, you might be thinking that the game is suffering performance issues with the strange way that the time stutters between slow and normal speeds. It's clearly a mechanic to make the game look cool and telegraph your successful perfect dodge in the same way that sparks will fly when you get a perfect deflection in Sekiro. However, in practice, it can really get in the way of the combat, which is a pretty unfortunate thing to say about a combat mechanic that otherwise feels really good and serves to be a powerful system meant to reward skillful gameplay. Now, the last complaint I have about the Tiger Vanguard is his two rock moves, one telegraphed by him standing and one on all fours. When standing, he'll burst out and slow motion punches you in a delay that's not all that hard to avoid, but hits really hard if you miss the timing. The same can be said for the other variant, however, this version teleports the boss away, sometimes off screen, before he'll perform the dashing version of the same punch. I hate when bosses teleport, and this move is no exception. It's very awkward and punishing for no other reason than to be punishing. However, this is still a very well-designed boss fight, which will drop for you that same rock ability, which you can then use to parry enemy attacks. I like this ability a lot, and I believe it topples bosses when parrying certain moves, but it's hard to invest in a separate combat system and spend precious mana on it when Immobilize is miles more effective than a single parry. I wish the rock parry was free but less powerful, because this game really feels like it should have a more systemic deflection system. But I guess that's just a symptom of playing too much Sekiro and Lies of P. Now, one thing I didn't expect to learn from reading the book is that the Tiger Vanguard's rock-solid deflection is a reference to a very obscure and strange moment early in the squad's journey. One reoccurring event within Journey to the West is that the Tang monk is often, incredibly often, kidnapped by fiends or guais so that they might eat his pure and holy flesh, which is said to grant them immortality. However, we don't know if that's true. He never actually gets eaten. Spoilers, sorry. When Wukong and the boys first venture through the Yellow Wind Mountain, they're approached by the Tiger Vanguard, a forward patrol of the Yellow Wind King, who initiates a fight with them by first ripping all of his skin off for some reason. I'm not sure what tactical advantage that's supposed to give him, but it's described in gory detail. After being beaten back, the Vanguard pulls a fast one by regrowing his skin, then fleeing, throwing his previous skin over a rock, and then cloud-stepping back to the Tang monk to capture him. Wukong pursues the fleeing tiger and then attempts to smash him with his rod, only to be duped by the decoy, which is said to cause his rod to bounce back up and his hands to sting at the impact. Again, this is such a niche moment to reference in the form of an ability, but it shows just how much detail was implemented within this game to create an experience that's highly reminiscent of the original media and shows a great deal of respect to it. Moving on, you'll find yourself against the Tiger Acolyte, another simple mini-boss dude fight that's easy to overpower, but is necessary to beat to obtain his Rattle Drum item, which we'll use to unlock an optional boss a bit later. Shortly after, you'll come across the Stone Vanguard, a boss that had a terrible run back, but little did I know there's a bonfire just past him. So I either could have taken a different route or perhaps ran past him to grab it. I'm not sure. Luckily, I ended up beating him on my second try, once again still locked in from the tiger fight. This dude was kind of a pushover in comparison. He did, however, have a couple notable features, including an ultimate move where he throws a bunch of stone man at you, which is pretty funny as a boss move. Would have been a lot less funny had they stuck around after, making it a huge gank fight, but luckily they despawned after landing. This boss also features a super intuitive and rewarding jumpable attack in the same style as the Crucible Knight from Elden Ring. The boss will occasionally perform a slam before charging its arms with energy, creating stone spikes in an area of effect. The initial slam can be spaced and the resulting spikes can be jumped over, especially so when using jump heavies, which give you more airtime. You'll also want to have the frog spirit equipped for this fight, which gives passive increase to your jump attacks. Even though I crushed this fight without having much experience with it, it seems like a very engaging and rewarding fight from what I could tell. And I hope to see more of it, hopefully without just adding a million lightning projectiles. It was shortly after this fight that I happened to come across the final boss of the chapter without realizing it. Ignore the fact that this dude is carrying a giant head and that the guide of this area is missing a head, because I didn't notice it until I had beaten him. The Yellow Wind Sage is a character referred to in the book as the Yellow Wind King, and is a fairly unimportant footnote in the journey as a whole. He is one of the first few monsters to capture the Tang monk and attempt to eat him. After his subject, the Tiger Vanguard, managed to trick Wukong and make off with the monk. Almost every time after the monk is captured, the monster recognizes Wukong's power and realizes they'll get their asses beaten by an immortal monkey if they eat him without dealing with Wukong first. And almost every time, Wukong subverts their defenses, beats their asses, and saves the monk. Though sometimes, he requires help from a celestial deity of some kind to overcome an overwhelming aspect of the fiend's abilities. Usually because Lu Zi can't keep track of his 1,000 overpowered magic items he requires for his alchemical work, or because the fiend itself is the pet of some deity that's gone missing and is rampaging around the earth, because every day in heaven is said to be a year on earth, and so one day missing can cause a lot of trouble, which is then mitigated by the deity just coming to collect them. Seriously, that happens like 20 times throughout the book. Anyway, in this instance, the Yellow Wind King's wind powers damages Wukong's eyes, leaving him unable to fight. But he eventually seeks help from Bodhisattva Lin Ji, who heals his eyes and then accompanies him to confront the Wind King once more, this time utilizing a wind-stopping pearl given to him by Tathagata. After defeating the fiend, who is revealed to be a yellow mink that once lived at the foot of the Spirit Mountain, Ling Ji collects him so as to return him there to Tathagata for his punishment. This fight with the Yellow Wind Sage is another fight like the Fire Bear that I found fairly rewarding to muscle through without fully learning his moveset. His base moveset is pretty complex but doesn't hit all that hard, while his more heavy-hitting moves have mostly intuitive telegraphs, which should get you a decent amount of perfect dodges after some practice. From there, your path forward will be through damage, and I found that one of the most consistently difficult aspects of this fight is in avoiding overcommitting to an attack. Yellow Wind Sage will often leave you with just enough of an opening to set up the final hit of the light attack combo, and then attack just as you're about to land the large staggering hit. And so, in order to consistently and safely deal damage, especially so if you're looking to capitalize on staggers, you're going to have to utilize one ability or another that will hit hard in a shorter time than the full light attack combo. For a while, I continued using the smashing stance that I had grown comfortable with. However, like the Red Bear, this boss is prone to a movement style that will frequently result in missed hits when attempting to land the heavy. And so I eventually switched to the length version of the staff so that I wouldn't have as many wasted focus points. I think this stance or pillar stance are definitely advisable when going up against bigger bosses where you'll mostly be targeting their legs. At around 75% health, this boss will initiate his Phase 2, which implements the wind aspects of this fight, starting with a whirlwind of spinning movements that will hit you with wind damage multiple times if you fail to make distance or dodge each wind blast. And then he'll follow that by teleporting away and returning shortly after while charging a powerful spell that will burst a handful of magic staves out of the ground. Then, after a combo of melee attacks, he'll teleport again and perform another piece of the attack that becomes part of his Phase 2 moveset, 2 jumping slices, first perpendicular to, and then jumping above you and slashing downward with a somersault before finally sticking the landing with a single foot stomp. This whole combo can be pretty intense and doesn't offer that much time to heal if you're caught up in it. However, there's an item obtainable through a side quest that can mitigate some aspects of the move by granting you immunity to strong winds, a reference to the wind-stopping pearl. I didn't know that at the time, and I also didn't know there was an item that makes you immune to fire meant to make the bear fight easier, which I certainly would have used had I known. That fire effect was hella annoying. In one of the more spectacular moments within this boss's Phase 2, he'll sometimes summon this large beetle-looking thing that will dive into the arena for one large hit you'll have to dodge. This attack is pretty easy to avoid, but can interfere with potential damage on the boss, especially if you waste your immobilize while he's in the summon animation. One of the hardest aspects to learn about this boss, and one that I cannot say that I mastered before beating him, is to identify his grab move. which he initiates with a quick kick and then juggles you around for a while, dealing significant damage. The telegraph for this move could be easily misread as simple movement towards you, and the actual attack of the move is really difficult to distinguish from any other bit of leg movement he might make. Again, this boss otherwise gives you a lot of leniency on his openings that you'll want to take advantage of, and so when this move comes out, and comes out quick, you're probably going to eat it a lot before you learn the telegraph well. I would say that the grab is the cheapest move that this boss has, and is only really difficult because of how awkward it is. I do wonder if it's rock parryable though, which would probably feel pretty awesome to utilize against an otherwise very annoying move. The last special move within his moveset will happen below around 30% health, where he stakes his weapon into the ground and conjures a tornado within the arena. This move surprisingly doesn't deal damage around him and can be safely damaged on, giving you the largest non-immobilized opening in the fight. This pretty much guarantees a stagger even with the light attack combo, and will likely see you through the rest of the fight. After beating him, he'll drop the head that he had been carrying, which rolls to the feet of the headless singer, who then enlarges and recapitates himself, revealing himself to be the same Bodhisattva Lin Ji who once subdued the Yellow King in Journey to the West. This completes Chapter 2, which will automatically send you into Chapter 3 after watching the end chapter animation. The game makes this seem like it's a big deal, asking you if you wish to continue into Chapter 3, but doesn't give you any option to back out, all of which I found to be kind of weird, especially because you can just teleport to Chapter 1 and 2 at any point. Anyway, the animation for this chapter is a really cool claymation style, and shows the fable of a guy who dreams of a furry Therian girlfriend.
头上烈日倒下了，周就一贯来到场。
人也，兽也，佛也，妖也，众生自有根器，
使优劣为次第，可乱来不得。你说对吗，孙悟空？
你风沙里走了这一遭，可曾寻到天尽头的古国？又可曾撞上虎昌坠崖，石头打架？只怕你聋了耳又乱了心，越是贪图完满，越是搜不干净。鼠与虎都一样，没天命又不认命。小猴子，你听，那风里传来的都是求而不得的声音。
Now after this point, I began to worry that I'd been missing a lot of content in assuming that this game was going to be a mostly linear path, which it especially feels like in Chapter 1. Knowing that I had missed a whole path in the Flowing Sands, I decided to Google a list of bosses, only to find that I had missed quite a bit. Even a boss in Chapter 1 that could only be unlocked after obtaining an item in Chapter 2. And so I began backtracking to clear everything I had missed up to this point, including the Gore-Eyed Taoist, another huge pushover, and the Chapter 1 secret boss. This boss requires breaking a wall near the first Prince of the Flowing Sands fight, which can be broken in the fight itself by luring the boss into a slam attack against the wall, or you can also just equip the Wandering White Spirit, then critically rest at a bonfire to charge the spirit, something I forgot to do on my first trip here, and then smash the wall yourself. This unlocks a hidden area which contains the long scales. Scales the long ways. Using this item, you can return to the Curtain of Waterfall within Chapter 1, which I originally was going to write a joke about how bad the game was for not using a secret waterfall path here. Yet, the path was even more secret than I could have ever imagined. Well played, Game Science. Here you'll challenge the Red Long. I googled it, long as dragon in Chinese. The red dragon is a pretty sloppy fight as far as I can tell, which uses a bunch of bursts of lightning to fill the arena with damage at times. I say that without confidence because I beat him on my first try after some trial and error. After 2 abnormally long staggers and reaching around half health on the dragon with my own health being pretty low and out of gourds, my gamer sense kicked in, and I realized I should probably hit the obvious weak point on the dragon's back that it was clearly signaling me to hit. The next time I knocked it down, I took the opportunity to test this theory, which, to nobody's surprise, exploded, taking a huge chunk of health off the boss in the process. In hindsight, the mechanic was clearly to knock the dragon down 3 times, each time blasting him with one of the electric barrels and finishing him off. However, I had fucked around for so long at that point that the next time I knocked him down, the second blast secured my victory. I guess if you're going to have an annoying AoE-based boss, it's cool to have the mechanic that massively increases your damage, which again plays into the offensive style of game that this is, but still kind of makes the fight underwhelming. Sure, it's cool and rewarding to figure out the mechanic, but you don't really expect to first try a boss fight with a dragon. Hopefully there's a more engaging and oppressive dragon fight further into the game. And with that, I believe I've cleared Chapter 1, and so, moving on to the giant chunk of content I missed in Chapter 2, I found the fight with the Earth Wolf, a pushover fight that fell almost entirely to a strategy of mashing light attacks. and after realizing I was beating his ass, I tested out the transform ability and found that it doesn't really fit my playstyle. I appreciate the cool factor of burning the enemy with a flaming glaive, but overall I prefer to fight normally, and so I dismissed the transformation and beat the boss, which dropped some crafting mats and its spirit. Ironically though, when I opened a nearby door, I was attacked by several enemies, including a spirit holding enemy, which would drop the rat archer's spirit, and I came very close to dying to these 3 enemies, whereas the boss was barely a threat. Another Chapter 2 boss I had missed was the Mother of Stones, a passive entity who summons rockmen to come to her aid, and another pushover boss, which is followed by the rest of the Man of Stones quest, including a fight with him activated by hitting him. He really isn't that much stronger than a basic rock enemy, and after his defeat, he'll become a vendor selling some pretty trash items, including a troll item. You can purchase his Gold Ridge Beast for 12,000 will, but it's only good for selling and sells for 6,000. Now this seems very reminiscent of Sekiro's Golden Bag items, which you can purchase as a way of banking your money, which you'll lose half of upon a death. However, in Wukong, you don't lose anything but your progress when you die. And I'm going to be completely honest here. The dropping your souls mechanic has always been such an iffy mechanic in my eyes. Stressful for the sake of stressful, and often stranding your currency within boss fights. I get the whole you have to have a better run than your last run to get your souls back idea, but in practice, you're so often going to be stuck at the same one point of failure, trying and trying to overcome one single instance of difficulty, far from the checkpoint, and each run back is going to have several other earlier risks involved in returning to your point of failure. Eventually, unless you completely overcome the entire challenge, you're going to fail earlier than grabbing your souls, which is such a slap in the nuts during an already frustrating situation. I can appreciate that Dark Souls has always somewhat had a metagame of overcoming your emotions, getting over big losses, and learning from your mistakes. But there is a line where you're just playing a video game and you just want to play a video game, without worrying that you'll fuck your entire run if you lose too many souls too early. And that's without taking into consideration that at a certain point your levels are so meaningless upon hitting soft caps that you'll lose thousands upon thousands of souls without blinking an eye. Lies of P opened my eyes to the concept being kind of pointless when they implemented a system that would place your souls outside of boss arenas so that you'll never lose them to being stuck in an arena. And Lords of the Fallen opened my eyes in the other direction by having an animation to pick up your souls, which often resulted in the boss getting a free hit on you. I think Wukong fully opened my eyes at last to just how pointless, outdated, and negative overall the dropping your souls mechanic really is. There are more important aspects within Souls-style gameplay that should be focused on rather than having to manage picking up your currency at every attempt on bosses that are getting more and more complex as time goes on. This is probably the biggest innovation that Wukong has over Souls-like games so far. It's not afraid to be easier in mechanics where it benefits the player. In some cases, I do see this as a bad thing, but as far as the permanent currency goes, I see it as a huge W for Wukong. The next fight I'll be covering requires finding 6 Buddha Eyes items scattered all throughout this area, then slottable in this rock with faces on it, which summons Shingandang. Visually, this fight seems like it would build on the Stone Vanguard fight, and you can actually summon him besides this boss within the Stone Vanguard fight, if you found the Buddha Eyes early. The bosses will attack you and each other, but the Vanguard will fall quickly to Shingandang, and won't be all that much help in the long run, especially when you only get one shot to pit the bosses against each other as the Vanguard stays dead. Unfortunately, despite looking similar, Shingandang takes nothing from the Vanguard fight except a similar stance. I would say it exists somewhere between a boss fight and an elite enemy, but because I hated this fight, I'm gonna call it an elite enemy. The boss almost seems completely unresponsive at times, allowing you to wail on its legs for an extended amount of time, sometimes giving you 2 whole light attack combos. Until that is, it unleashes a poorly telegraphed arm sweep, which looks almost like any other movement, catching you while you mindlessly attack it. But luckily this attack does considerably less damage than his other many bullshit moves. Rather than build on the engaging and intuitive jumpable attacks that the Vanguard employs, this boss goes straight to almost untelegraphed huge AoEs, leaving him less engaging, less intuitive, and overall just a mess. Just attack his legs from behind as often as possible, which triggers his arm sweep more often, meaning you'll see his bullshit moves less often. Then eat as many arm sweeps as you need until you beat him. The real unfortunate thing about this boss is its reward, which is necessary to craft a very powerful staff, which increases your damage, defense, and increases the damage of smashing stance heavy attacks. A very good reward for a very bad boss. Now the next chain of bosses I had missed involves unlocking the secret area of this chapter, which would eventually reward us with the Wind Tamer vessel, which would have been really useful in the Yellow Sage fight. I really like the template of offering a unique optional secret area with several bosses, ultimately rewarding an item that helps with the chapter boss, all wrapped up in a bunch of storytelling and lore that the invested players will gladly explore. It's kind of a shame that I've missed both of them up to this point until after I had already beaten the chapter boss, but whatever, they're still cool. To initiate this secret quest, you have to talk to this pig man, and then follow 2 fetch quests to get him sobered up. Then after returning to this area, he'll challenge you to a fight. This dude is another major enemy, but doesn't have all that many moves or abilities. He just throws pocket sand and then stabs you with his claws. After beating him, he'll reveal the way forward through a gateway, and then tell you the lore of the land while on the other side. Eventually, you'll get hit with magic sand that sends you back in time, I think, and just next to a fight with the Tiger Vanguard, another elite enemy fight. This guy has a roar AoE attack with ground bursting projectiles that will follow you for a bit, but also a few basic melee attacks, and the rock parry that the Tiger Vanguard of the present had. Not the hardest fight in the world, and definitely a worse fight than the first Tiger Vanguard fight. Past him, you'll come across a massive arena with the Yellow Sage of the past overlooking a cliffside here. Super confusing without context, but it's cool to see a different side of the boss that attacked us at first sight while carrying a giant disembodied head. He bangs on a drum and summons the giant beetle he had used as a move against us within his boss fight named Fuban. This fight is largely a spectacle fight more than an actual challenge, especially so when the Yellow Sage gets too hype and jumps into the fight with us after we obtain the vessel from the boss's back. The Sage deals big damage, but feels like he only attacks ever so often. However, the boss still goes down easy enough. It's a cool fight, but a pretty boring one gameplay-wise, highlighted by the Phase 1 move that burrows the beetle for extended amounts of time before bursting out in single hits. Beating the boss triggers a cutscene where the Yellow Sage totally steals all the credit for the victory, subjugates the beetle, and looks like a complete badass in the process. I'll give credit where it's due. Bro's got some moves. I just wish you would have used those moves in the boss fight itself. He thanks you before you load back into the present with the Wind Tamer vessel now at your disposal. Overall, a very cool secret quest that really fleshes out the area with personality. Next, I took the dragon items I had obtained previously to overcome the Sand Waterfall Curtain and challenge the Black Dragon boss fight. This fight is a lot less of a gimmick than the last dragon, at least a lot less of a gimmick in our favor. Instead of featuring a massive weakness for players to exploit, this boss features one main powerful move that you'll have to overcome to have success within the fight. And that's not to say the boss's basic moveset isn't fairly difficult, as it features several big delays, moves with bonus projectiles, and a move that sucks you in with wind before unleashing a lightning blast. The big bombastic attack of this boss is a drumbeat radiating circle of lightning that's insanely long and requires precise timing, careful positioning, a keen eye for movement, or just use a rock. I can't tell you how satisfying it was to see this work consistently, and I really can't tell if this is an intended method to avoid this attack. It's just so stupid, but it does allow you the time to fully charge a heavy, which might be exceptionally valuable while using the long stick heavy now that I think about it. From there, it's wash, rinse, repeat until the boss goes down, but I do think that this boss is really well designed for what it is. On a visual design level, it's very unique, being a humanoid dragon, which I didn't expect after the Red Long was a very traditional style dragon. The dual lightning maces are both menacing and also interesting from a standpoint of him using them as drumsticks in his ultimate move. Honestly, after seeing a couple of seconds from this fight within a TikTok, I swiped away thinking it was the chapter end boss or something more significant, because its visual design is so unique and interesting. I can see how, in hindsight, his moveset is clearly not significant enough to be a significant boss, but as a more standard boss fight, I see it as very well designed all around. And after beating him and the Red Dragon, you'll have obtained the resources necessary to be able to craft a powerful dragon-based staff. Although it's not as powerful as the Rock Staff, which boosts smash stance heavies, which I prefer, it's still a cool reward for a couple secret boss fights. The last fight I had within Chapter 2 was with the Mad Tiger, which required using the Rattle Drum item at 3 different locations, the last leading you down this well. Within it, you'll be assaulted by the Mad Tiger, who deals more damage than almost anything I've seen so far. His grab attack especially almost OHKO'd my ass, and his various slam attacks were nothing to scoff at either. I attempted to use the rock parry several times within this fight, but realized that his grab attack would counter the parry, and so I stuck to the standard immobilize strategy, which as always worked wonders, but still left him with enough health that I did have to deal with several of his combos. Upon defeating the Mad Tiger, you'll gain his spirit, which throws a stone, dealing a good hit of damage, but also gives a passive increase of damage at the cost of lower maximum health. A fitting reward for a high damage boss, and a reward I equipped immediately before at last continuing on to Chapter 3. Finally content that I'd seen just about everything in Chapter 1 and 2. Looking back, the strange thing about Chapter 2 is that it really doesn't use all that much from the original story. The Yellow Wind King is pretty much it, alongside two areas of the book being the Yellow Wind Mountain and the Flowing Sands River. But those areas lack any of the content that took place within the book. The whole Rat Kingdom is new, replacing the true events that took place within the Flowing Sands River, where the party met and fought with Shaw Monk, who becomes the Tang Monk's third and final disciple. However, Shaw doesn't seem to have any part to play in the game, which kinda makes sense. Shaw was banished from the Celestial Court after breaking a glass, and ends up as a cannibal who kills and eats travelers around the Flowing Sand River. After joining Team Tang, he's pretty well behaved and mild-mannered throughout the journey, and is the closest to enlightenment, and therefore is the least interesting character. And so I continued where I had left off in Chapter 3, starting with a fight with this monkey, who led the fight by ripping a fart right in my face. Now, this fight at least I would categorize as an elite enemy, being pretty easy to crush without much strategy. However, this dude ends up vanishing after our fight, so we'll presumably see a more powerful version of him soon enough. The design of this character is really good, seamlessly switching his weapon to be held with his feet, doing cartwheels and flipping around. He really represents well the idea of a combat monkey, and while this is a cool concept, it makes some of his animations feel unnatural. But I can't say I've truly gotten a feel for him yet, so hopefully the next fight with him will build on what is a really cool template. It might not be worth mentioning, but there is one macaw character in the book, in a strange chapter taking place after one of the two sections where Wukong is banished from the journey, for killing fiends that pretend to be human, a disguise that he can see through but the Tang monk cannot. Wukong leaves and then returns to argue his case to continue on the journey. However, the Tang monk refuses, causing this Wukong to uncharacteristically knock the Tang monk unconscious. A bit later, Shaw Monk returns to the Waterfall Curtain Cave to request Wukong's assistance against a foe, only to find a slightly more evil version of Wukong, who had used transformation magic to turn 3 monkeys into the other members of the journeying party, with intent to replace them. Shaw then kills his doppelganger, that then turns back into a monkey, which Wukong then proceeds to skin and eat, which is again uncharacteristic of him, as he's maintained a purely vegetarian diet ever since joining the journey and becoming Buddhist. Long story short, the real Wukong is found and told of his doppelganger, and the two proceed to fight, in what is perhaps the first instance in history of the "I can't tell which one is the real one" cliche. Eventually the fight reaches the Buddha Tathagata, who outs the doppelganger as the 6-eared macaw, a creature who has a sensitive ear capable of the discernment of fundamental principles, has the knowledge of the past and future, and comprehension of all things. And then Wukong, with the help of Tathagata, squishes him. Continuing in this area, I found the next section of gameplay to be weirdly linear. The game begins in Chapter 1 with a pretty linear couple of areas, only really branching off with the secret quest. But after that, we enter Chapter 2, which has a much less linear design, offering many paths to take and areas to explore. Many I missed until after beating the chapter boss. Chapter 3 I would have assumed to be the least linear yet, and I would have assumed to immediately open to a large mountainous playground full of bosses, NPCs, and loot. Instead, you'll find yourself walking down several sections of gameplay that basically only offer you one objective. The first being to find the titty bird, who will transform you into a bat and then fly you to another linear area, with the objective being to trigger a cutscene at the center of this frozen lake. Within this cutscene, you'll see a child imitating the Shrinekeeper character of this area, but he's actually Yellowbrow, the end of the chapter boss. Within the book, Yellowbrow is a fiend that has set up a false Thunderclap temple called Small Thunderclap, which serves to trap the Tang monk, Thunderclap being the final destination of the party at their end of the journey. Tang monk is completely fooled by the temple and bows to the false Buddha, just as Wukong is sealed between magic golden symbols, and the rest of the party is captured within Yellowbrow's sack. In-game, this Yellowbrow uses that same sack, now augmented by Wukong's relic, to test your mettle against the Kanjin dragon. This fight is really awkward, to be honest, and only rarely offers you natural openings. However, gives you the same stagger that the red dragon did to wail on his back, this time without the explosives. And so you're mostly going to be dealing damage within the immobilize then stagger situations, and the rest of the fight becomes mostly avoiding lightning blasts. This fight has a very similar feel to the Elden Beast, the way it floats away from you, extending the fight considerably while you chase after it, only for you to be hit by a wind blast that knocks you into the air or dashes past you with an attack just to begin floating away in the opposite direction. It's a pretty bad, unengaging fight with a really cool visual aesthetic. Dragon fights almost always look cool, and this fight is no exception, especially when you get hit by its grab attack, which bites you, then throws you into the air, then pierces you with the horn on its head before thrusting you against the ground. While this looks very cool in a similar way to the Yellow Wind Sage, the Telegraph can be pretty unforgiving, looking like any other movement, which is kind of the opposite of what you would want out of the visual design of a grab attack. The moves that get uninterrupted huge hits of damage should really have the most obvious telegraphs of all. Even if the final moment of impact is hard to time, you should really be able to see it coming and recognize instantly what it was that you failed on. Anyway, after beating the fight, the dragon will fall through the ice of the lake, bringing you down with it. And after climbing out and stumbling your way onto the shore, you're cornered by the Macaw Chief once more. Only this time, he gets the better of you, and locks you away into the worst area in the game, the Pagoda Realm. This area has a uniquely annoying mechanic which takes place every 3 minutes. At that point, a sound will emanate throughout the whole realm, and your health will start draining, until only a small chunk remains. This effect lasts a minute and a half, and so half of your time spent here will involve dealing with this debuff, which also spawns these lamphead enemies who teleport, have a grab attack, and will often attempt to knock you to your death, a frequent occurrence within this area. You'll have noticed throughout the game so far that the areas you're not meant to fall from will have strong barriers, keeping you from flinging yourself to your death, with the rare animation of Wukong seeming to almost fall, only to regain its balance. And so, if you're like me, you'll have come to assume that most platforms will have this barrier aspect to them, keeping you from falling. But this section is a huge exception to that design and features many moments where enemy placements and abilities have been directly designed to push you to your death. Yeah, this is just as annoying as it sounds, and makes this area an absolute nightmare, which should fuel your animosity towards the Macaw Chief who placed you here. However, before we'll have a chance to confront him, we'll have to escape from this prison, which has 2 main bosses throughout it. The first is Captain Lotus Vision, a god-awful fight that I want to speak of as little as possible. He's a boss that teleports and only attacks with projectiles, lasers, and more lasers. Just terrible, no synergy with the combat system, no engagement, just beat the fuck out of him as fast as you can. The mechanic behind beating this boss is that he'll unlock a bunch of cells within the prison which had previously been locked by a purple rune. However, before I explore this place more and gather the loot that I had been missing, I definitely wanted to get rid of the debuff causing boss at the top of the prison. This fight with Captain Wisevoice is a boss that I only beat after it had gotten nerfed, and I am glad of that because this fight again is just not that good. You're mostly tasked with avoiding arena damage in the form of lightning blasts and lasers, and then you're given the chance to attack the weak point on his leg, which deals very little damage, only to eventually trigger a stagger, which allows you to directly attack the golden ball, which takes considerably more damage. Unfortunately, this mechanic seems to overwrite the immobilize ability, which doesn't work on this boss. And also, just like in Immobilize, if you hit the boss too hard with a heavy attack while it's in this vulnerable stance, you'll knock it out of the stance early, resulting in considerably less damage in your DPS phase. Overall, this fight feels super scripted and unengaging, having basically one real way to fight him in any given situation, granting only one thing that you should be doing. Here's your avoid the damage phase, avoid the damage. Here's your attack the leg phase, attack his leg. And here's your attack his ball phase, attack the ball. Just don't do anything out of the ordinary or strategic, or you'll fuck yourself out on damage anyway. Oh, and your most powerful ability is arbitrarily useless here. Pretty trash fight, and I'm glad it got nerfed. But now that we've taken care of the debuff and the captain sealing the cells, we can much more safely explore the cells of the Pagoda Realm. and clear the cells previously locked by the purple rune. It just really doesn't help that the purple rune cells have no more purple now, and therefore no obvious way to tell which areas you've missed. And this means after having passed the realm, you'll have to go through it once again to clear all of the loot, surviving all the incredibly annoying push off a cliff scenarios once more. Let me tell you, I fucking despise these bat dudes that hang from the ceiling and then hit you with an ice AoE when they land. Half of the time you can see them there, yet there's little you can do to effectively deal with them before first triggering their dive attack, which usually involves aggroing other enemies in the area. Makes the game feel like it should have a ranged option for damage, yet it doesn't. And the absence of such an option leaves many placement scenarios feel static and frustrating. The Pagoda realm as a whole is a god-awful experience, and I can only hope that's what they were going for and that there's a payoff for it later on, in a satisfying battle with the Macaw chief where we can express our displeasure in being imprisoned by him. Moving on, it was at this point that I realized, by exploring the menus a bit, that the game actually does have a classification system for its bosses. Instead of mini-bosses, Wukong refers to them as Yogai Chiefs, and instead of main bosses, they're called Yogai Kings. I still think it's worth classifying some of the chiefs as pushover fights and others as elite enemies, as well as that some of the kings as standard fights and some as important fights. I'll still be using my classification system, but it's nice to know that many of the fights I've classified so far match well within the system in-game. Now at this point, Chapter 3's map design stops being linear, however, runs into another problem of its own. Much of Chapter 3 takes place in a snowy mountain, with some aesthetic bits thrown in here or there, like wooden archways over major pathways and big shrine-like towers here or there, and so as a whole the map design is plain to the point of being obtrusive to the gameplay. You'll often find yourself running in circles attempting to see every point of interest, to the point where I had a huge headache by the time I finished this section of gameplay. It doesn't help matters that this chapter lacks the secret area containing a vessel-related quest that the others have, instead having an endgame secret area, which gives you a secret boss fight and an alternate ending to the game. Exploring Chapter 3 will not only have you confused as to where you are and where you should be going, but will also stop you dead with pointless areas. And after missing out on the vessel quests in both Chapter 1 and 2 until after I had beaten the final chapter boss, I really wanted to see everything before progressing. And even with that in mind, there's a fully missable boss if you progress too far, which I missed on my first playthrough. Anyway, after a bit of progress and finding the useless area, which I had to Google to realize was useless, I eventually came across this scene with the Macaw chief. He's once again being an asshole to someone, and so you initiate a boss fight with him, which I believe has the same moveset as before. And once again, he's pretty easy to crush, which had me believe that he would show up as the end chapter boss in a much more dangerous form. They tease his moveset twice, but he's far too squishy to actually have to memorize any attack. This time he did manage to hit me enough to freeze me, a debuff that progressively slows you until the bar is full and you're frozen solid and have to break out. Ordinarily, freezing mechanics feel really bad in almost all video games, and I almost always hate to see it. One kind of obscure reference to this that I don't think most of my audience will get is when Ark Survival Evolved introduced the Managarmer, a dino monster that breathes a beam of ice capable of freezing players and their dinos solid, which absolutely ruined the PvP for years. Destiny did the same thing when they introduced their Stasis subclass, which made certain brain-dead builds crush the meta until they were nerfed into obscurity. I just think that most freezing mechanics are kind of antithetical to the gaming experience, games being highly interactive mediums. Freezing almost always seems to be a timeout mechanic where you're just sitting there waiting for your chance to play the game again, often while the other player does the gritty on you or something before blasting your dick off with a shotgun. Wukong, on the other hand, does its freezing mechanic pretty well for the most part, offering you several options to increase your freeze resist, or cleanse your freeze with medicines or the Ring of Fire spell, which protects you from freeze buildup along with other buffs you can invest in. Does this make it worth using over the Immobilize spell? Of course not. But is it a nice thought to know that I could have avoided being frozen if I cared enough to change spells? Yes. Wukong both offers you counters to being frozen while also giving you a generous build-up to the point where you will be frozen, gradually slowing you in a very noticeable way so that the moment of actually being frozen never surprises you. Oh, and also, like the fire debuff, you can spam dodges to break the ice off of you and decrease the freeze bar to avoid the final bit of freeze. After pushing back the Macaw Chief and learning the Ring of Fire, you'll keep moving on until sliding down an icy hill and into this cutscene, which is pretty cool, and I'm just gonna let it play.
元帅还是不肯归顺吗？再忍一时三刻，怕是就要化为脓血了。
好妹妹，里面凉快得很呐，就等你进来与我一起双修了。
元帅说笑了。你若放下执念，我自然会劝师傅放了你，到时便可同修大道。
哎，我可消受不起。看来那老贼得了师兄的玩意儿，果然功力大涨，连你这东监小官都被训得服服帖帖。不过听这动静，天命人已赢了塔下的精兵。好妹妹，估着这金疙瘩要等不到你师傅来开喽。
这金挠是祖师爷的法宝，小小天命人，如何破得了？你唤醒了龟将，你怎知这下面是他？
什么舍不得归不归的？刚刚闻到一股骚味，这味道好生亲切，忍不住敲锣迎接。
师傅惜你父亲，饶你一命，让你在浮屠塔底清修，既不识相，小西天的极乐之境，怕是与你无缘了。
You'll notice that the golden symbols that I last mentioned book Wukong to be stuck in are now here being used to contain an unknown character. Well, in the book, Wukong gets some help from the Celestial Court so as to save the Tang monk from Yellowbrow's clutches. All the constellations come down to small thunderclap and attempt to open the symbols, but only one manages to make any progress, that constellation being Kanjin, the dragon who wedges her horn in between the symbols, allowing Wukong's escape. However, now she's been subjugated by Yellowbrow and pitted against us in this pretty annoying boss fight. This bad bitch relies far too heavily on projectiles and lightning arena AoEs and only has like 2 melee combos. She periodically turns into the dragon boss we fought before on the lake and uses some of its shitty moves too, which leaves the fight wholly unengaging. I attempted to use the Ring of Fire ability here to my own detriment, partially because this fight sucks and I should have abused Immobilize like I do on every other fight, but also she deals electric damage and not freeze damage, and so it was irrelevant almost entirely, but you can't say I didn't try using it. Kinda says it all that I have absolutely nothing else to say about this boss. Despite being really cool and cinematic, describing it as hella projectiles and lightning strikes as a complaint pretty much covers everything. There's very little else to talk about. After the fight, this cutscene plays.
师傅果没说错，猴子最是冥顽，倒也无妨。这金脑休想打开！
棉花使呢，拖拖拉拉的，老朱我在里面都快咽硬了。让开，让开！我呸！人不人鬼不鬼的婆娘，不想想当年在天上，我几时拿正眼看过他？嗨，又是这模样，毛脸毛眼，尖嘴缩腮，全仗着命大。又是个哑巴。算了算了，正事要紧。这只老龟，我倒有几分交情。
This is Zu Baji. Zu meaning hog and Baji meaning 8 rules, which references the 8 disciplines he must follow within his diet to continue down the Buddhist path. He was the second disciple of the Tang monk and is the largest and most consistent point of reference we have in-game to the original journey. Now after this scene, Baji mentions that you should take a look around, revealing that the Turtle Island has become an open-world area to explore. Although there really isn't much to actually explore, with most of this area simply having a bunch of frozen monk enemies, will-o-wisps for souls, and basic crafting mats found in chests. One of the more frustrating parts of the open-world game design is that a good portion of it will be unrewarding and more or less a waste of your time. I suppose the items collected throughout have a subtle overall benefit, but I can't help but to feel like I've wasted my time after 20 minutes of collecting green orbs, with 100,000 souls in my inventory that I really don't have anything worth spending on. There is one fight here which is one of the best fights in Chapter 3 with the Cyan Dragon. This dude wields a longsword he transforms his fishing rod into, and uses it in some pretty interesting ways. There are several tricky telegraphs in his moveset, including a spinning dash that hits almost immediately, that is, until you learn to read his stance better. The spin is preceded by him taking a backhanded stance with his weapon, which becomes more than obvious after you've recognized it, and nets you an easy perfect dodge once you get the hang of it. He utilized lightning in a much more engaging way than in the previous fight, often hitting the ground with a rolling lightning attack designed to be a roll catch if you backroll it. This is very similar to a Crucible Knight's foot stomp in that you'll be punished for attempting to disengage and benefit from remaining in melee distance from the boss. He has a very subtle tail attack, which punishes overcommitting when attacking his back, a weakness that many other bosses fail to counter. He also has a Phase 2, or at least a powered up form which coats his blade in lightning, and adds follow-up blasts to some of his moves. This will eventually be expended in a large electric swing, resetting him back to his basic form. Overall, a very well designed and engaging dragon fight with a pretty chunky health bar, but despite that, I would gladly fight him again. After clearing the turtle's shell, you'll continue by speaking with Baji and riding the turtle to the shore of the Bitter Lake, which has several points of interest I had missed till much later, but might as well talk about now. First is the bat boss fight, which I missed out on by making too much progress, but would have been here after a cutscene with the turtle mourning his deceased snake friend. Upon a second playthrough, I found the fight to be really boring and unengaging, featuring a ton of downtime where the boss just flies above you, charging up a delayed slam attack which really kills the momentum of the fight. All of that is to see a really sad cutscene where the turtle cries after seeing the snake bones, which made me think they would be more prominent characters in the book with more depth given to their relationship to each other. However, they're not really important at all, and they're just some backup that Wukong calls up in order to defeat Yellowbrow, which doesn't even work. Wukong fails to mention to anyone that this dude has a magic sack that can suck them up, and so they all get sucked up, including all of the constellations. Anyway, this bat ends the fight by fleeing, and I'm not sure why I even bothered. The other bit I had missed starts by speaking with this dragon who attacks you shortly after. This fight returns to the projectile and explosion style of design of the bad bitch dragon, and is especially disappointing when juxtaposed against the well-designed Cyan dragon. He's trash, but pretty easy, and beating him will result in a conversation where he mentions needing medicine from Zoo Dog, a vendor I forgot to mention until now. Dog is located in the Crouching Tiger Temple's cellar just before the Yellow Sages fight, and features many medicinal functions, the most important of which is celestial medicines. These are crafted with mind cores, a fairly common reward for mini-bosses that will permanently increase either your health, mana, stamina recovery rate, defense, or resistance stats. All of these upgrades are pretty minor, but they do serve to give value to the exploration factor of the game. With all the collecting I've done and all the bosses I've beaten at this point, I was able to fully upgrade my mana and highly upgrade my stamina recovery. Anyway, by speaking to Dog, he'll give you the immortality medicine that Chen Dragon wants, and after returning to him, he'll disappear into a painting, allowing you to follow. This painting is Firelink Shrine, and it's fucking crazy to only have access to it halfway through Chapter 3. At this point, Dog, the Gourd Monkey, and Chen will all permanently relocate here and offer you their vendor services. Chen becoming a gardener and therefore a source of plants you've collected the seeds from, becoming an infinite source of medicinal ingredients. The last vendor in Firelink is Yin Tiger, a blacksmith who can upgrade your less powerful armors into better tiers of rarity, increasing their defenses. I would have loved to have this earlier, being that I had been rocking the perfect dodge boosting armor for like 2 chapters now. And again, all the random crafting material crap I had been hoarding by exploring and opening random chests throughout the entire game finally found some value. The last function you can use at Yin Tiger is to increase your curio slots, which is the ring or talisman slots of this game. However, this requires challenging Yin to a fight, and he is certainly no pushover. Yin Tiger is surprisingly mentioned one time in the book very early on. He represents one of the first of the Tang Monk's 81 ordeals he goes through, being captured by General Yin, the Monster King. This is one of the less important moments where Tang is captured because he didn't have Wukong yet and just gets saved by some deity if I remember right. But I suppose it does reinforce how valuable and necessary Wukong is to the journey, and it is a cool detail for the game. Now, analyzing this fight is going to be a tough thing for me to do because I know from TikTok and Reddit that people love this fight, many considering it to be one of the best fights in the game. And so I attempted to avoid using Immobilize in an effort to fully see what this fight had to offer, which was a pretty good fight, but also a very flawed one. His basic melee moveset is really good and pretty difficult to learn with many different timings thrown in, and the mechanic that overheats his weapon, giving him a damage buff if you damage him too much, which is a really cool idea that's telegraphed well within the visual design of his weapon. The major flaws I find in his design include a huge reliance on teleporting, wonky mechanics on his wind follow-ups, which sometimes results in dodging the melee part while then being hit by the wind after effect, and his larger fire spin move, which has a really bad telegraph of the final moment of impact. I often dodged this attack thinking I had certainly missed it, and got hit by it in circumstances where I made sure to time my dodge with the audio and visual information. The best answer I have for this move is that the first swing of the attack maybe isn't part of the attack and is just a wind-up, but that would be pretty silly considering the weapon collides all the way through you. Either way, it just feels really sloppy and shouldn't be considering it's his most powerful move. His teleports also have a strange design, starting a bit through his health bar, ordinarily starting with a basic 3 teleport scripted attack. However, sometimes, potentially if you've reached a damage threshold, you'll activate what is ordinarily his second teleport move, a near instant grab attack. In this move, he roars, sweeping you up in wind and dealing a bunch of damage in various hits. And to counter this, you have to roll early before gathering any visual information without using any sort of tact. Luckily, by back rolling early, you can kind of avoid the first hit of any teleportation move, so you're not going to be punished for using a panic roll here. It just kind of makes this aspect of the fight a brain-dead roll spam. I will say that there's maybe specific animations used when teleporting away which telegraphs what move will be coming, but that's a cop-out in my eyes. And another reason why teleporting is such a trash mechanic in boss fights. It separates you so much from the boss that your mind just mentally disengages for however long the teleportation animation plays out. Other than that, the fight is pretty good and definitely worth fighting with a less liberal use of immobilization. Although I found out after another playthrough that he breaks free of immobilization after a single hit anyway, so I pretty much used it to its fullest potential here without even knowing it. Returning to the north shore of the Bitter Lake, you can also stumble upon this NPC being attacked by 3 pretty strong monsters. After defeating them, he'll introduce himself as a treasure hunter and move to his next location. Back to the beach and a short ways forward, and you'll find the shrine keeper of this area, who essentially tells you to find 4 Buddhas before you can progress. And I can't help but to feel like Chapter 3 takes a really steep dive into this weird meandering pace, with many small pieces thrown together. It's almost like 5 or 6 mini chapters in succession, but all of them are entirely forgettable moments after completing them, including the next boss with the non-white, an elite enemy you're forced to fight twice here, whose moveset features a flurry combo style of combat. His moves are a blur of attacks, none of which are really worth learning, and you should really just play to the game's strengths and beat the shit out of him as fast and efficiently as possible. This fight has a unique mechanic where he can block with his weapon, which shields him from damage, but instead damages his weapon, which once broken becomes 2 smaller, faster daggers dealing poison damage instead of the ice damage that his full weapon was dealing. I really can't tell if this is meant to be a punishment for hitting him too much while he's blocking, or a reward for successfully breaking his weapon, because neither form is all that dangerous, and overall this fight is best left behind you as soon as possible, which is really a shame. The concept would work really well if the fight itself was something significant instead of a pointless roadblock in between areas. If either of his movesets were worth learning, you might want to actively engage with the mechanic, manipulating the fight so as to fight the version of him that you're most comfortable with. But as it stands, with most of the non-something enemies, they're just kind of filler to flesh out the area, which is weird because they each look like they've had a lot of effort put into their design. But in practice, they're all just glorified punching bags, and I suppose fill that role nicely considering that this game is weighted heavily towards dealing damage. Past this, you'll enter a really big open world area with a mostly monotone design, featuring many snowy mountainous pathways and frozen monks everywhere. But there's also some interesting enemies to fight here, including the random giant dude and another boss fight with a frog, this time an ice version. As always, the frog is pretty weak health-wise, but the added frost damage builds up quickly, making the fight dangerous, which would likely make the Ring of Fire spell useful here. Either way, Immobilize deals with him quick enough, admittedly so fast that I didn't get a chance to see much of what this frog had to offer. At a glance, it seems much more inclined to use its new ice attacks rather than build off the original frog's well-designed melee moveset. These new moves are dangerous, but not very interesting, and most just push you away from the boss that otherwise should have a really good close-range gameplay. Again, pretty disappointing, but I'm still hoping to see an awesome version of these guys in the next chapters. Another fight in this open world area is with the old Ginseng Guai, an ultimate form of the plant men scattered throughout the game. The only thing of note that this boss will do, however, is to hold you in place with its roots, poison you, and then spawn a bunch of tanky ads mid-fight. This would be a great opportunity to utilize a transformation spell with sweeping attacks, or the Pluck of Many spell, but doesn't offer all that much gameplay-wise. Nearby this location, you'll also find the next point to save the treasure hunter's ass by using the Ring of Fire and heating him up. He then mentions an area off of a cliff called the Melon Fields where a treasure might be, and since I had already found the location, I traveled there only to fight a fight with the green-capped martialist, presumably the treasure hunter's true form. This fight reminds me a lot of the Crystallian from Elden Ring, except for the extended segments where you have to dodge the sentient ring that's attempting to run you down. This is only really dangerous when he spawns a second ring a bit further in the fight, but to add insult to boredom, the ring phase ends with a laser beam fired at you followed by like 10 projectiles. This dude is also a bit of a trickster and will cancel your immobilize after your first, so spend your mana accordingly. This is yet another fight that you can muscle through without much effort or skill, even without the immobilize. He doesn't attack all that much and doesn't hit all that hard. Beating this fight rewards you with the Spellbinder spell, which gives you an increase in damage at the cost of not being able to cast spells. Seems like a very boring way to play, but maybe it's overpowered. I don't know. The real important aspect of this quest is within the cutscene that takes place after the fight, showing a bunch of melons, which is a reference to the resolving conflict of the Yellowbrow arc in the book. Wukong eventually seeks the help of a Buddhist patriarch who just so happens to be the former master of Yellowbrow. This disciple had stolen the patriarch's seed bag, symbols, and wolf-tooth club, and then sets up the small thunderclap temple while imitating Tathagata. And ultimately, the patriarch comes up with a plan to subdue Yellowbrow by having Wukong provoke him with a spell, then flee and transform himself into a ripe melon within the melon field. The patriarch would then convince Yellowbrow to eat a ripe melon, allowing Wukong to enter his stomach and beat him from the inside. This is kind of a signature move for Wukong. He ends up in a bunch of dudes' stomachs throughout the story. Anyway, after making Yellowbrow submit, the patriarch collects him for punishment and retrieves his seed bag and symbols, allowing the journey to the west to then continue. Within this cutscene, the Shrine Keeper reveals here that he is the Buddhist patriarch from that story, and that his disciple is up to his same old bullshit again, but this time imitating the patriarch himself. Next, in the open world, there's a fight with Non-Able, a pretty boring experience considering he only had access to leg attacks, although he's unique in that after beating his entire health bar, he'll break free from his restraints and get an entire new health bar, now with access to arm-related moves, including his grab attack that he leads with. Aside from that, he'll also get palm blasts and various combos weaving in a bunch of different martial arts attacks. Overall, a pretty good fight and one that doesn't entirely rely on projectiles and teleporting. My only complaints would be his resistance to parries, as I would expect a melee-focused enemy to be the most reliable to use parries on, whereas he'll often take your parries on the chin and continue attacking after. Also, his telegraphs could use some fine-tuning, perhaps offering a more visual build-up before each palm blast, still though a pretty good boss fight. With almost everything in the open world cleared, I continued towards the Thunderclap Temple, being stopped at the entrance by Captain Kalpa Wave. Yet again, another boss that primarily attacks with projectiles, only having access to basic stomp attacks otherwise. This boss is really annoying and really easy at the same time, and about the only instance that you'll feel threatened is when he spams a bunch of these blood projectiles which heat seek and then burst out of the ground, kind of like a bunch of that overpowered thorn spell from Shadow of the Erdtree. Beating him after collecting the other dead captain's soul, which I didn't get footage of, will allow you to return to the prisoner NPC and complete his quest. This rewards you with an item to craft a staff. Honestly, kind of disappointing for all the effort. Now that I had access to Thunderclap Temple, I found this fight with a Monk of the Sea, one of the weird tentacle men. This one, however, had access to a move that would give it a permanent ice buildup AoE around it, making this fight really annoying without the Ring of Fire spell. It kind of feels like this boss was made just to make the ring spell more relevant overall, but this guy does drop a transformation spell which allows you a source of ice damage, which I would use to great effect on the boss fight at the end of the Fox Spirit's quest, whose story was told in the claymation animation at the end of Chapter 2, a fable that doesn't actually appear in any form in the book. By talking to a corpse wearing the fur of the fox, she gives you an item that allows you to transform into a fox, which you can use to trigger a cutscene in Thunderclap, ending in a boss fight. With a boss whose mechanic I don't really fully understand, on my first attempt he would cloud step out of every single one of my attacks and then throw a bunch of projectiles at me. On my second though, I used the transformation which had access to a projectile of its own, a snowball throw, and that's really silly now that I think about it. Fight projectile with projectile, I guess. Anyway, I was able to freeze him and then hit him with a couple of parries and flex on him pretty hard, but I'm still not sure why I couldn't hit him in my first attempt. After he's beaten, he'll have a pity party and then fade away, leaving you his spirit, and then you can return to the fox pelt to free its spirit, rewarding you with the Snow Fox Brush Curio, which extends your transformations. Nearing the end of the temple, you'll find the last of the non-boss fights with Non-Pure, a boss with a unique mechanic of blocking each of your hits with a golden bracer. This makes your various spells incredibly useful for dealing damage, but also hitting him with a large enough attack will break the magic charge of the bracer, which allows you to rain down many unanswered blows upon him until the bracer regains its charge. I would also advise bringing to this fight the medicine that causes your focus bar to continuously charge, allowing you for more opportunities to deal heavy damage. I like this fight a lot, and it stands out as a really well-designed elite enemy fight with a unique mechanic that plays well with the combat systems of Wukong. As well as that, it offers you a major hint as to how to approach the final chapter boss's design, but we'll get to that soon enough. Immediately, actually. This boss is placed just before the final boss, which was an excellent decision. Once again, way to go game science. As we confront Yellowbrow, he reveals his true form to us, a fat old man pretending to be a child, just like all of your Discord girlfriends. His lightning mace attacks are pretty well designed in his first form, though in Phase 2 it becomes a weird stretchy hand mace with way worse telegraphs. But that would be a spoiler for Phase 2, so pretend I didn't tell you that. This fight is another that crutches on teleports, and I hope it's not getting repetitive hearing me talk about that. There are a ton of teleporting bosses in this game. But that's really my only major complaint about Phase 1. It's just kind of boring with a lot of downtime. However, I will say his teleports give ample time to charge a heavy in between. Just make sure not to have a fourth focus point charged, an ability I had just unlocked, which will activate your heavy immediately on the input and won't allow you to hold it. Ended up wasting a huge hit of damage and not noticing that. After beating him, you'll activate a cutscene where Yellowbrow will say, "My sack awaits misguided fools like you." Pause. But also in the book, this so-called seed bag is actually referred to as a fertility bag and also a bag of human seed. So it might literally represent a nutsack. I don't know. You tell me. The book also has several moments of unintentional humor, with Wukong saying shit like, "Come and get a taste of old monkey's rod," or "You won't last 3 strokes of my rod," in pre-fight banter. Anyway, he'll then suck you into his bag.
你这笨货也被那老贼抓到了！这大豹比以前邪门多了，竟养出了此等厉害妖物，估摸老贼借了大师兄的道行，把这破袋子又缝补了一番。一起上，先杀出去再说。
The final fight with the Macaw Chief, which should have been a more significant moment, really misses the mark in a couple of ways. For one, being placed here gives the Chief a lot more sympathetic leeway than he should have been afforded within our final confrontation of him. Knowing that he too was captured by Yellowbrow makes us relate to him far more than we should, essentially making him a victim of the big boss's abuse of power just the same as us, which undercuts the fact that he did the exact same thing to us, sending us to the Pagoda Realm to rot after taking advantage of our weakened state post-dragon fight. It also sends a mixed message knowing that the Chief is also being used as a pawn against us by Yellowbrow's hand. Overall, through outside intervention, the Macaw Chief is made to be a much less key player against us, instead building up Yellowbrow, when the emotional drive just really isn't there. Like, sure, he sent a dragon against us, but I don't mind an extra boss fight, especially one easily beaten. Whereas Chief sent us to the worst area of the game, which was miserable and took like an hour. Sure, Yellowbrow has the relic and is kind of an asshole, so we were gonna beat his ass anyway, but there's not a ton of emotional attachment there. Another facet that undercuts this fight is the inclusion of Admiral Piggy here with us, who has never met the Chief and doesn't really care who he is. He was just gonna beat his ass because he's hard like that. It is nice to have him around gameplay-wise, considering the Chief clones himself at a certain point, but you could have easily just cut the clone and cut Baji. The fact is that this fight is being used here as a throwaway fight, which makes the gauntlet of Brow, Chief, and then Brow Phase 2 much more substantive, but throws away the potential that the Chief had as a fully fleshed out fight of his own, making this middle fight a middle fight, sandwiched between two other more important fights, all but guarantees that you won't spend much time here with him. You won't, by design, care enough to learn much of his moveset, and you'll likely abuse every powerful ability at your disposal to end it quickly. Bottom line, it's not an important fight, and it really could have and should have been. His movement style is really unique and should have been worth investing in learning so as to beat a truly difficult multiple phase boss fight with him, which should have been rewarding on multiple layers, fueled by accomplishment and emotional investment. Instead, I almost wish that Wukong would have spared the chief at the end of this fight after hating on him for the entirety of Chapter 3. All that being said, the fight looks absolutely incredible, and the arena being inside this bag is an insanely awesome visual. After beating the chief, you'll transform into him, and Yellowbrow will place you inside of a model temple and spawn a bunch of ads for you to kill as you make your way down the final boss arena. As you progress, you'll get stronger and stronger as the chief, and you'll gain access to his cool red slashes, which make short work of the monks in your way. The final boss fight of this chapter begins with a full health Yellowbrow with a chunky health bar at that. He gains access to two main gimmicks, the first being when he covers himself in gold, which will block your attacks. Though, as I foreshadowed within the non-pure fight, this gold effect can be broken with heavy attacks, specifically triple focus point heavy attacks. And you'll learn to hit him immediately as he spawns it if you have the focus points for it. The other opportunity, just like in Phase 1, is to charge a heavy as he teleports, and hit him before he re-engages with you. His remaining gimmick, and his more bullshit one, is an unavoidable attack which sends you into a cutscene, yet still deals damage to you. And he'll do this at 2 points in the fight, and I really thought that this would be a vessel-based mechanic. One that I had missed and was just going to muscle my way through and then Google after the fight. But after a Google search, I didn't find any vessel for this fight, and so it's just pure bullshit, and that really sucks. After his second grab move cutscene, he'll buff further with lightning in an animation that you can interrupt with the fully charged heavy, though I fucked that up within the footage of my final attempt. From there, his moveset gets a lot more aggressive with additions to his basic combos that would have been great if there was a natural chance to learn those combos throughout the fight. Instead, they throw them in at the final phase when the boss has very little health left, and it seems like they remove his ability to teleport too. So the fight I haven't given a shit about aside from learning how to hit with charged heavies in cheesy huge openings becomes a half-decent fight in the final moments. Who is that for exactly? Because I would love to invest in any of the fights in this game, something I've only really had to do with Tiger Vanguard, Cyan Dragon, Yin Tiger, and the Yellow Sage, but how am I supposed to when the fights feel like scripted damage phases with a couple of boss attacks occasionally thrown in? And on the other hand, the players who are enjoying the attack forward meta that this game has developed get cucked at the last minute by a hugely upgraded gimmickless boss fight. Well, gimmickless besides the gold form thing. I don't know, just feels like a weird design choice, which is the cherry on top of a chapter full of weird design choices. Chapter 3 has been nothing but visually incredible linear areas you'll get through in a single path, and then incredibly boring monotone open world areas that you'll get lost in purely by the nature of how one-note the visuals are. Every important fight has been chopped full of lasers, projectiles, and teleporting, yet an unimportant dragon nonchalantly fishing off of the side of a turtle was one of the best fights in the game so far. Yeah, Chapter 3 was a steep dive in quality and was pretty difficult to get through, and not for the reasons you would want. It was a headache. And I cannot wait to see more. Let's continue.
看穿了你的下场，只要你还在为他人而战，迟早也会死在他人手上。黄梅只为自己。我没输，我不会输。只要再用一次那猴子的宝贝。
这孽畜早先拐了我的宝贝下界，又借大圣之力把我的后天戴尔变成了销魂夺魄的血宝，还化作我模样，假我之名诓来了许多旧仇，一心逞能报复。
大肚皮， 我早该猜到是你。
恕罪，恕罪。
哼，管你一次我信，管你2次，猪都不信。
我也不信，谁知这孽畜胆子这么大。我本要亲自收他，不料2位施主先到，不能。你自是福大命大，而他年纪轻轻，竟如此了得。这回或许没看错人。
莫讲这些不帮衬的话。你那黄眉小儿失足淹死是小，大师兄的东西若是丢了，再找寻起来就难了。
你那9齿钉耙，且借我用用。
师兄此番下界，倒是去了好久。说人话。
这回我又赢了，金蝉子。
祸乱人心，道果为因。师兄如此执着输赢，可笑，可悲。
若不能赢，还长什么因果人心？
石猴不过自封齐天，那四庆童儿却敢自立宗庙，自封世尊。亏得你佛心坚韧，勇猛无惧，竟抵住了他的引诱。那些个星君魔将、高僧大能，一个个乱了性情，坏了道心，真是因为放不下心中的偶像。你一路迎霜冒雪，可曾嗅到使人痴心破灭的味道？
The animation of this chapter shows the story of a magic turtle who bleeds treasure and can heal the sick, who gets violently ripped apart by the greedy. His corpse then reveals that it was just a test to prove how awful humanity is, and honestly, you got us there, turtle. You got us there. However, it's really hard to place who this turtle is, even with context from the book. We know that he has some beef with this character, who is the Tang monk, based on his 9-ringed priestly staff, and the turtle calling him Jin Chanzi, which means golden cicada, a title of his that stems from his previous incarnation being Tathagata's second-in-command. My best guess is that this is a white-shelled turtle that in the book ferries the party across a huge river after they clear his home of a fiend that had kidnapped the Tang monk, a fiend that turned out to be the Bodhisattva Guanyan's pet fish turned monster. The turtle is a practitioner of self-cultivation and begs Tang to ask Tathagata about how the turtle might turn into a human, a favor that he forgets to do. And on their return trip, when the Tang monk admits to this, the turtle then sinks in the water, abandoning them. Now this happens within the last 30 pages or so there is no resolution. And I think that this relationship between Tang and the turtle is being explored further here in this animation, as a man trying to make up for his failure, and as a turtle that scornfully turned his back on humanity. If you have a better explanation, please let me know in the comments, because this animation is really interesting to me. Chapter 4 begins with a cutscene where Baji and the Destined One, I just realized I've been calling him Wukong this whole time, are being transported together in a crate. I really like this section of the game where Baji and the Destined One, you know what, I'm calling him Wukong. They travel the level together, and the dialogue does well to establish a bond between them. I especially like how Baji encourages you to loot items. It's a cool little bit of gameplay that really fleshes out the character in a low-key and endearing way. Eventually, you'll come to the state of the zoo area, which is assumedly the home of Baji, established after the events of the journey, in which he fails to become a Buddha, unlike his companions Wukong and the Tang monk, and neither did he become an Arhat, a title given to Sha monk. Tathagata explains that Baji isn't ready for that because he runs his mouth too much and can't stop eating. And that's where he's left by the end of the main story. A selfish pig who was useful but lacked a real character arc and didn't change all that much throughout their travels. Honestly, Baji isn't all that likable in the book, often causing trouble in frustrating ways, such as encouraging the Tang monk to recite his Titan Fillet spell, which is meant to hurt Wukong and keep him in line, but Baji often does this when Wukong is in the right and you as the reader know that he's just being a dick. He's even partially the reason for Wukong's first banishment from the party, in a situation where again Baji spoke against Wukong after he had killed a fiend pretending to be human. I really appreciate that this game took the time to create a more fleshed out version of Baji who actually seems to care for his friends while still acting in a way that reflects his more arrogant origins. Anyway, Baji turns himself and Wukong into these more demonic looking pigs to disguise us as we enter, but this lady calls him out almost immediately. She and Baji have a back and forth referencing his history with her mother before things turn ugly, and she transforms into her true form, a giant spider. The second sister is an incredible looking boss, nailing both a terribly disgusting but also aesthetically appealing visual design. As far as video game spiders go, this one might be the coolest ever. The fight itself is also very well designed, with natural enough telegraphs that you'll almost always recognize and find it easy enough to adapt to. I see that as especially impressive on a spider boss, which has many points of movement that could otherwise be seen as potential attacks if its real attacks weren't so well crafted. I got hit many times within this fight, and I can't say that I didn't see any of them coming, I simply mistimed them, as one would expect from a first time on a boss. This is a pretty easy fight, with the boss dealing minimal damage and by having Baji at your side, but it makes for an appropriate introduction to the coming area. Now this section of the game is a representation of a couple chapters in the book where the journeying party halts their travels to rest in an estate inhabited by a group of sisters. Not wanting to freak them out by his disciples' ugly features, the Tang monk enters first, asking to spend the night, only to be captured by the women, who reveal themselves to be spider spirits before webbing him up and heading to a nearby spring to bathe. Wukong uncovers this plot and plots against it by turning into a hawk to acquire the ladies' clothing as they bathe, a move that is meant to keep them there until the cover of nightfall. In the meantime, Wukong rescues the Tang monk, while Baji, who's also kind of a horn dog, approaches the women, asks to join them, and when they say no, he threatens to kill them all with his rake. I'm pretty sure at that point he's aware that they're spirits, but either way, kind of a fucked up move. The women flee, leaving a bunch of webs in their tracks, which trip up Baji, and soon after return to their home to see that the Tang monk had been rescued, which provokes them to release a bunch of different bugs from their webs which they had adopted as their children. The swarms of bugs attack the party, but ultimately they're all squished by Wukong. However, I imagine the imagery of this section of the book was largely inspirational towards the many bug-based enemies throughout this chapter. After beating the second sister, a cutscene will play showing her spitting an invisible needle into Baji's forehead, which, alongside some dialogue, provokes him to charge headlong into the webbed hollow. Following his lead, we plunge into the depths, only to become stuck in the web and seemingly attacked by another spider. Surprisingly, we find ourselves to be much more of a guest down here, with a comfy bed and some chests containing valuable items nearby. And after looting everything in sight, we enter the open world area of the webbed hollow. I have to say, this open world area is a breath of fresh air after the monotone snowy mountains of the last. This section of gameplay has a unique vertical design which is fitting for a spider-themed location, and has unique themes to each of its areas, so you'll often have a good sense of where you are in relation to the distinct visual themes of your surroundings. Along the same thought, this section of gameplay features a huge diversity in bug-related enemies and environments, meshed with human architecture and human weaponry. My favorite environment being the Forest of Deadly Nutsacks. You gotta love when a game has fun physics like this. Eventually, while exploring, you'll come across this cutscene, which introduces the shrine keeper of this area, the spider who seemed to attack you after falling down the pit. The game refers to her as the fourth sister. She's allergic to these papers for some reason, and you can peel them off at several points, which is the key to fighting a boss later in the chapter. However, they really just drop this shrine keeper as a character at a certain point, which is a shame. She's pretty cool. You'll meet her again soon enough, as she assassinates some sentient lanterns like an edgelord, and then tells you that there's some treasure in a room nearby, which is absolutely glowing with golden chests, and there's no way in hell that's not a trap, right? Wrong. It's literally full of treasure that's yours for the taking. I think I've just been tricked by patches too many times to ever trust again. Just past this room, you can fight a boss called the Elder Armor Worm, which is quite literally just a tankier version of the worm enemies found throughout the level. Didn't really need to be a boss, but whatever, it's easy and rewards you with the Proto Armor Worm, an item that after several steps rewards you with the Armor Worm Spirit. A little complicated, but the spirit can be pretty good when used within a poison build. Another boss you might stumble into within a hidden bit of the map is the boss Nutsack, which triggers a cutscene after reaching a damage threshold. The Venom Taoist bursts from the cocoon with 3 sets of malformed arms growing out of his back. You might think this boss to fight in a flurry style considering his bonus limbs, but they're pretty useless, even being his weakness. Your goal in this fight is to find openings to directly attack his limbs, either by immobilizing him or waiting for his larger jump openings. Eventually, after you've broken 4 limbs, leaving 2, the fight will end and the Taoist will teleport away, vowing to beat our asses after he warms up to his upgraded body. Yeah, sure buddy, and every time I get hit, it's because my controller is broken. If you've managed to break all 4 limbs before draining his health bar, you'll be rewarded with the Venomous Arm Guard armor, which besides looking awesome, is also part of a unique poison-based set that sounds very powerful when complete. Eventually, you'll wander into an area called the Bone Vault and come face to face with a boss called the Centipede Guai, which, like the second sister spider fight, has a really cool visual design and really good telegraphs despite its many moving parts. At half health, it'll spawn mini babies that will roll into you and explode, which on my first attempt was something I didn't know was happening until I was far too deep into a heavy attack. And when I finally landed, I landed directly on top of all of them, nuking myself. As a whole, the Centipede Guai is a pretty straightforward and easy, satisfying boss fight that to me fills the perfect role when played against the combat mechanics of Wukong. It's not that tricky, and so you'll likely master all of its moves pretty fast, and its health bar is chunky enough to take a beating from your more powerful abilities without fully crumpling, and failing to offer a fight in between. Unlike the Macaw Chief, who's a mess of identity issues ending in a stark increase of power just to be the halftime show in Yellowbrow's boss battle. Centipede Guai offers rewarding gameplay and offers its spirit after the fight, which I fully leveled, mostly because I think it's cool, but the Mad Tiger is hard to move away from. The next fight is with the Buddha's right hand, a very jarring visual of a chitinous hand dangling from the ceiling, which gets contextualized later as the tail end of a giant strange bug. On your first encounter, you'll see the hand is holding a mirror, which is dropped upon its defeat, called the Past Echo. And this is the game's representation of the imp-reflecting mirror, which will show the user their true form. This device was used by the Jade Emperor within the conflict between Wukong and the six-eared macaw, but the macaw's mimicry was too powerful for it. Surprisingly, this boss isn't the worst encounter in the world, and mainly stresses positioning as the main skill involved, offering you huge openings if you memorize where the hand lays after each attack. This both allows you to quickly deal with an unconventional fight, but also rewards engagement in what, at face value, looks like a hugely unengaging fight. At half health, the bug will reveal itself, dropping down to your level and, at least in my case, vomiting acid in your direction, coating the floor in a liquid that will slow your dodges and deal poison damage. I believe this attack is meant to be pushed through and dodged behind, or perhaps pillar stanced over, but I didn't think of that at the time, and so I ate the whole attack. From here, the fight becomes some basic melees, the same cave-in rock-dropping attack, but it's easy to make short work of, making it a surprisingly decent boss fight. I could have sworn this was going to be annoying as hell at first glance. What was annoying as hell, however, was an upcoming world set piece, which once again was based off of knocking players off of a platform to their death. I first attempted to overcome this by equipping the Centipede Guai spirit and rolling through the slashing nutsacks, which went poorly. I then attempted to use the Hoarfrost transformation to snipe the most aggressive spider sacks before crossing, but my targeting was no help, and eventually my ice sheet ran out, triggering a melee animation that threw me off the cliff. Finally, I used thrust stance heavies, which barely worked to clear the sacks, almost throwing me off with each attack. I'm not sure what the real answer is here, maybe cloud stepping across, which I believe makes you invisible. Either way, a weirdly hostile moment with questionable design. The final bit of which is an archer hidden in the shadows just within range of the Will-O-Wisp, which I almost died to by using the projectile block feature, which bizarrely steps you to the side a bit. This exact scenario happened to me in the Pagoda Realm and was extremely frustrating. Quick note, I did end up playing the game once more after writing this, and I can confirm that Cloud Step does work here, which is awesome to know. Now shortly after this challenge, you'll enter an area called the Relief of the Fallen Long, and just after this shrine, if you've done the rest of the dragon fights, you'll trigger a cutscene introducing the Yellow Dragon. This fight is one of the best bosses in the game, and was the hardest challenge so far. However, this fight also highlights the failures of Wukong's combat more directly than any fight before. And so, to understand why, we'll have to go into detail about his abilities and the difficulties surrounding his fight, many of which are individually designed quite well. He has many subtle tricks up his sleeve, such as an ability to counter a parry by attacking with a very hidden animation shortly after a successful parry, which results in a very dangerous grab attack. However, this ability is one that seems to activate and then go on cooldown for a certain amount of time, likely leaving just enough space between so that you'll forget that it's an option. Being hit by this move will result in massive damage and a ton of lightning status buildup, whereas dodging this attack leaves him to feebly stumble, a juxtaposition that makes the two different results very hard to correlate while in the heat of battle, and therefore hard to detect the telegraph properly. Luckily, this ability is guaranteed upon your first deflection, being that his cooldown on the move starts fully charged. And so I imagine that many players avoid parrying on him at all after taking the grab so many times, assuming that it's a direct and full parry counter. And that's kind of a shame too, because the parry can be an absolute lifesaver when going up against larger combos with timings you're unsure of without having the proper experience with them. And that's another aspect of this fight that makes it quite difficult. He goes through several stages as his health decreases of increasing the total amount of moves per combo, until his final phase combos are upwards of 7 or 8 hits, most dealing lightning damage and hitting quite hard themselves. Yet another tricky mechanic to this fight is a lightning cloud strike ability that he'll occasionally activate if you press the attack on his stumbles. If you attempt to attack him while he's stumbling, there's a small chance that he'll disappear into lightning mist, which dodges your attack and quickly retaliates with a lightning blast. The unpredicted, random nature of this counter ability is really what makes it difficult, because you'll always have to be on your toes despite not seeing it all that often, all while memorizing many different increasingly long combos which you might want to parry your way out of, potentially triggering a grab attack you'll have to be constantly aware of despite its relatively rare nature. Lastly, he has one event style move which charges his glaive with an AoE of lightning before dashing once at you, then 3 times while flying in the air, then either 1 large or 3 quick slams. And all 3 of the passes he makes at you while in the air each have 3 different timings with unique telegraphs. All of these lightning-charged moves come together to make a highly varied event move that keeps you on your toes and punishes you severely if you fail any one piece of the attack. What an absolute beast of a boss fight. A masterpiece of difficulty in move design and countering players' abilities with predictable but somewhat random punishes. And it is such an absolute shame that Wukong's combat isn't nearly polished enough to really make the experience shine. I've already mentioned before how the perfect dodge's slowing time effect can be tremendously obstructive towards your timing in high-stress situations. And that's on full display here, especially when the boss unleashes massive combos with unique timings between them and your game is pulsing time in a way that can completely throw off the rhythm of the fight. But also there's the parry, which is undeniably useful, but the cooldown makes it highly unreliable and another layer to think about within a fight with many layers of important information to keep in mind. In a way, the parry doesn't feel worth using at all here, because it means both keeping track of its cooldown and the boss's parry punish mechanic, which is a lot of mental energy that probably should be spent memorizing attacks and accounting for their perfect dodge timings. On one hand, it would seem at face value that using the combat mechanics of Wukong to their fullest would be the ultimate way of showing your mastery of the game. But because each spell and ability is very powerful, they also have to be met with an equal unreliability due to cooldowns. This fight demands some amount of perfection, and therefore a large amount of reliability in your combat options, which just feels like this fight has outgrown a significant chunk of the combat sandbox, with a large exception of the immobilize spell, which is, as always, unless directly removed from a boss fight, unmatched in utility, but obviously a brain-dead skillless option. Lastly, there are some significant technical issues on full display within this fight, which I've felt throughout this whole playthrough, but only now tested against such an oppressive opponent could I really understand the true faults of the combat system. One of which is the pretty consistent failure to read inputs that you wouldn't really notice on most bosses where spamming light attacks works well enough. I was able to test this thoroughly after coming to understand this boss enough to know exactly how he would lead the fight, and then react to how I would lead the fight. Firstly, he dashes at you with a lightning-charged slice, which I found very satisfying to parry, even if it wasn't that valuable of a parry moment. It did, however, allow me to quickly understand his grab counter, which would always trigger after my first parry, which means that every single attempt started with a parry, and then I would have time for 2 light attacks before dodging with the perfect timing for a perfect dodge. It was a perfect way to start this fight and build focus while dealing a bit of damage and getting his grab counter out of the way for a while. The strange thing was that the absolute most difficult part of this series of events was to properly deal 2 hits of damage between a parry and a dodge, which I found to be absolutely jarring, and proved to me that my inputs were being ignored at times. There were moments where I hit the attack twice, didn't see the move coming, and then hit another attack, only to be forced into the 3rd hit combo and then eat the grab. There were moments where I would hit the move twice, timing the 2nd hit to the moment the first was over, only for no attack to happen. And about half the time I succeeded in the full series of attacks and dodges in an arbitrary way. And trust me, I've noticed this throughout the whole game, but I wasn't really going to mention it because it's such a trap to complain about something like this. Anybody with no knowledge about the situation and no experience with the game could roll up and comment that I'm just fucking up the button prompts, and that I need to get good. So I really wouldn't be saying this if I didn't truly believe that it wasn't working as intended, and if I didn't at least have some kind of an explanation for it. You see, as I was playing, I began to notice that the game sometimes chugs pretty hard when dealing with the lightning attack effects, the perfect dodge effects, and most importantly, the parry effects. It's pretty consistently losing a couple frames here or there in these instances, but sometimes it gets really bad and distracting, such as in this clip. I reset my game after this failure and it seemed to play a bit better for a while, and so if I had any answer for this input failure, I would say that in certain game-stressing situations, your input happens within a failed frame and is ignored by the game. Either way, it's definitely a negative thing to have an intense, difficult boss fight that cannot be appropriately approached with the combat systems we have. And that is once again the attack-forward nature of Wukong's design making itself known. The combat is meant to be this fun, action-packed series of chaining together powerful abilities and massive damage-charged hits. It just doesn't mesh well with tightly designed, difficult boss fights, and that's just a huge shame. The combat is best when fighting less difficult fights, and the most well-designed boss fights are best fought without the eccentricities of the combat. There's no synergy there, and so this fight, which I consider to be the best fight so far, in being well designed and complex, doesn't offer a gameplay experience any better than beating the shit out of the centipede Guai. Bottom line, the combat doesn't do the incredible fights justice, and the incredible fights don't do the combat justice. And that kinda sucks, to have spent like 3 hours studying this fight just to walk away with that kind of analysis. It's still good, but it should have been great. After beating him, you'll obtain a material to craft a mythic version of the dragon's staff, and gain the spell to transform into the Yellow Long himself. Just a bit past this point, you'll be hot on Baji's trail, eventually triggering this cutscene. However, I feel like I should give a bit of book context first. You see, after the Tang monk was recovered from the clutches of the spider ladies, they retreated to the nearby Temple of the Yellow Flower to convene with a friend they considered a brother, which will later be revealed to be the Thousand-Eyed Taoist and even later a centipede, who was at the time coincidentally being visited by the Tang monk and his disciples. The Taoist agrees to help them get their revenge by poisoning the party's tea, all except Wukong because he's the only one of them that has any situational awareness. Wukong then sees that the Taoist and the spiders were working together, and he squishes all the spider ladies with a single blow from his rod. However, the game's take on the story is much different, retconning it so that Baji was the one who slaughtered all but one of the spiders, who would become the mother to this second generation of spider women, potentially implying that they're Baji's daughters. But it's not really all that clear. With renewed motivation to free our boy from his simp spell, we continue forward, but first coming across this hidden fight within the rocky crevice pathways of the Webbed Hollow. Another shot at a good frog fight, and this time we're faced with none other than Bali Gaba, this time sporting a sexy-ass reskin, now taking the form of a poison tree frog, a fitting and interesting play on the concept. This fight does the standard frog fight stuff. this time spraying poisonous burps everywhere, but also this fight has an increased lethality due to its strange poison tongue attacks. The Hand of Buddha sprouts from its mouth, giving it an extra melee attack or two into its moveset, and after setting up the poison coating the field, this frog spends the majority of its fight throwing hands with an improved version of the frog's melee moveset, this time hitting reasonably hard and tanking hits with a decent health bar. He kicks and sprays short-range acid and licks and stomps, and it's such a fast-paced and engaging battle. It's reasonably difficult while giving huge advantage to players who have been paying attention to the previous frog fights, and it fully encourages you to utilize your entire kit of spells and abilities to take it down efficiently. Now that's what I've been waiting for. That's a fucking frog fight. After descending the cavern to the lower level, where we had last seen Baji, we trigger another cutscene. With our boy enraged, it's our job to take him down, and I can't say that I really enjoy this fight all that much. For one, it sucks to have to beat the shit out of a character that you like, who we all know is being mind-controlled, but also his moveset is pretty tricky, however, doesn't really justify itself in being so. You fight Baji for like 3 minutes in total in the whole game, and his moves have these frequent moments where all of the movement is front-loaded, then delayed, then unleashed almost instantly, which is starkly contrasted against the Tiger Vanguard, who had one delayed move that's easy enough to focus in on and have success in the fight. Baji's fight, on the other hand, is mostly made of delays, none of which are really worth learning. It's as annoying as it is unimportant, because again, you'll beat him pretty quick and move on to the next fight, which is him again, but this time he's moved outside, and you'll only have to fight half of his health bar in his current form. At half health, he'll turn into full boar form and rampage around, sometimes also turning into a muddy catfish, which also has really tricky delayed hidden telegraphs. And I just don't know what they're going for here. Again, like the Macaw, this fight doesn't have much of an identity as a fight. It wants to be difficult, so it implements difficult moves, but the fight isn't very important, and therefore won't take all that many attempts. And so the final product is a quick boss fight that's just kind of annoying. Mastering the abundance of tricky moves would take much more effort than muscling through, so once again, we do that and look back on the fight as the minor annoyance that it was. Not worth much more thought than that. As a fight at least. Obviously, the storytelling implications of fighting to save our boy has immense value. And now that we've saved Baji's mind from the magic needle's influence, all that's left is to save him from his ex-wife.
咱老夫老妻的，何必翻那旧账？你莫不是忘了，当年猴子留我下来灭口，是谁最后没舍得对你下手啊？
我没忘，但我更忘不了的是你们走后，我如何靠着姐姐们的肉身骨血，才挺了过来。
这仇不能全赖我们，要怪就怪你师兄，是他把唐僧肉看得比你们姐妹的命要紧。
师兄是一时糊涂，事后他悔恨交加，做了许多补偿，甚至不惜用那东西替我续命，不然我怎能撑到今日见你？
好妹妹，你说的当真？那东西如今在你手上。
哥哥，到了此刻，你心里惦记的还是那只猴子。
什么猴子？胡说！臭猴子哪有你标志？
再多说些我还听啊。待我听快活了，兴许大发慈悲，告诉你那东西在何处。
你这恶妇，有胆去前面照照，都这般岁数了，还念些情情爱爱，当真可笑。
我困在这洞中，日日等你，时时想你，想着同房后立刻吃了你，治好我这病根。
要吃别吃，搞这一出摆堂敬酒，弄些个恶心噱头，发什么假闹风？我呸！
吃不下去，不单是为你，更是为他。
母亲，
这小女娃又黑又丑，鬼知道是谁的孽种！你今日这般下场，与我毫无干系。我只恨自己当时在心慈手软。你怎么才来？我先前就死了！快快降了这妖魔，放我血
叫姐姐们过
来！
来。我此生最恨猴子，回回都是你们坏我好事。我究竟哪里不如这些猴子？既然你这么喜欢猴子，我便抛了他的心，挖了他的肝，与你一同尝尝。
She turns into a larger version of the second sister spider and largely uses the same moveset, except much more prone to firing off large volleys of web that fill the arena with arena traps, reducing your ability to dodge effectively. The only real issues I have with this fight all stem from the same point of failure, which is the increased size of this spider from the original. Most of the technical excellence that I complimented within the first fight goes out the window on this one for a couple of reasons. First, her leg attacks will often go over your head and never had a chance of hitting you, which means that you won't get access to the bonus from perfect dodges, which is a pretty silly problem when the only way you can reach her to attack her outside of thrust stance heavies is by continually attacking her up close. This fight isn't even bad, it just consistently feels a little wrong, mostly in your favor, but still much less refined than the original spider. The big switch up of this fight happens after the boss jams her head into the ground, at which point Baji will mention not to look into her eyes. This is a pretty cool meta moment where you literally have have to face away from the attack to avoid its effects, after noticing her eyes glowing. It's pretty awesome to have an NPC help you mid-boss fight with the mechanics of the boss through the well-written dialogue he spams all throughout the fight. Like, the dude won't shut up, but halfway through the fight he drops a super helpful piece of advice showing his usefulness and depth of knowledge, even when we're supposed to be the ones saving his ass. After beating the boss, she web swings away, just as a horrifying and iconic scene unfolds. Trigger warning, hella spiders.
莫管我，快追上去！失魂失术的东西要紧。你快逃命，我自有办法。
Once again, it seems we're saved by the Shrinekeeper Spider Lady, which is again a shame that her story isn't explored all that much. Oh well. Now a bit down the road I found myself stumbling upon a fight with Commander Beetle, and like 6 of his students who immediately jumped my ass. And after being shot at by a bunch of beetle projectiles and beating off 5 dudes at once, I can't say that I was in any rush to fail this boss and try again. I take no shame in saying I didn't care much about learning this boss's moveset, but at a glance, he seems to fight a lot like the slower version of the Venom Taoist. Not that I let him get a ton of attacks off. Beating him drops his spirit as well as a knot of voidness, and I would say that he more than fits my definition of an elite enemy more than a boss fight. Another elite enemy style boss fight within this area is with the Fungi Woman, a monkey head fungus equivalent to the old ginseng guai. This one using a volley of projectiles which return to her after hitting you, healing her for a good chunk of health. Again, this fight drops her spirit and a knot of voidness, which I should mention is a universal crafting material for upgrading spirits into higher tiers. Nearby this fight, you'll find the second location of the Venom Taoist, who now only has 2 extra arms if you broke the 4 in his first fight. And at this point, the fight becomes pretty trivial, as you only really need 2 big openings to target each limb or 2 immobilizes. Unfortunately for me, I had been clearing a bunch of the map without hitting a bonfire, and so I had run out of mana and had to find natural openings for his last arm. His moveset is pretty good though, and pretty unique, dashing himself back and forth around the arena, keeping his vulnerable limbs facing away from you until he overcommits to a large jumping attack. And after breaking all of his limbs, he'll enter a phase 2 where he seems to get much stronger without them, slicing his katanas more freely in more straightforward combos. However, he's easy enough to stagger with big hits and doesn't have all that much health at the end of the day. And that's still without any mana to cast Immobilize or parry without sipping a copper-infused Chug Jug, one of the soaks that I had equipped, which gave me a free parry charge for a short time. It wasn't long before I had beaten him and therefore gained access to this chapter's secret area by passing through a painting into the Purple Cloud Mountain, a bright autumnal colored area that was a welcome sight after spending so long in spider-infested caverns. There's not a ton to cover here, but there are some important boss fights, such as with the Scorpion Lord, a boss fight that I had heard described on TikTok as the most optional boss fight of all time, because you can really just walk past this dude who will make no effort to confront you. All he says is to fuck off and don't touch his jars of alcohol, but to me, this is the least optional fight of all time. For one, you're telling me I'm not supposed to break something just for the sake of breaking it in a video game? That's not gonna happen. For 2, I don't like this guy's attitude, and 3, a cute snake told me to beat this guy's ass. I love snakes.
Boy, is this alcohol? Acting like a kid is alcohol.
Scorpion Lord's fight is really tricky in the same way that Baji's moveset was tricky. having attacks that front load the movement, then delay, then attack before you can react. Except this dude will then hit you like 4 more times with hugely damaging moves with the same delayed timings. If you get hit by one, you're likely to eat several more, which is really going to hurt, which is why I finally switched from the Mad Tiger Spirit, which had been lowering my health, to the Centipede Guai Spirit, which increased my movement speed, which is another valuable attribute in this fight. Again, like with the Fire Bear and the Yellow Wind Sage, this boss is going to always feel just out of reach when attempting to attack his openings, because his staggers throw him several steps away, but those are large scorpion steps, and they massively cut into your overall damage, which is why after using the mobility of a charging smash stance heavy to open the fight, I switched to thrusting stance to deal effective hits of damage from range. The biggest difference between Baji's delayed attacks and Scorpion Lord's is that Scorpy is definitely a fight that you'll put some time into, and therefore have enough respect for his moveset to find value in learning his combos, especially so after reaching half health when he doubles the length of each combo. I clearly didn't come close to learning them perfectly, having eaten many hits within my final attempt, but it was enough to see me through. I definitely appreciated the visual design of this boss, glowing either the tail in green or his claws in orange to signify which part of his was going to attack you. This fight would have hurt a lot more without that aspect. After beating him, you'll obtain some powerful crafting mats, including a stinger which can create another poison-based armor piece. Moving into the main village area of this secret quest, you'll come across this NPC who sets you on a quest to kill his fellow monks who have been infected by armor worms. After beating them and obtaining an item, you can return to this NPC to unlock him as a fight. But I didn't know that at the time and finished the area, which made the fight unavailable to me, and I can't help but to wonder if there's a single fully missable fight that I haven't missed yet. Within my second playthrough, I managed to get the footage of the fight, which is pretty much a simple elite enemy style fight, with a phase 2 that makes him an elite enemy style fight with a wormhead. There's really not much more to it than that, but the fight will reward you with a transformation spell and a cutscene with some lore context.
这些凡夫俗子不自量力，此番下场都是咎由自取。你不一样，这天地间的毒物，轻易要不了你的性命。这东西好生收着，善加运用，妙处无穷。快去救他吧，困在那里，想必生不如死。从小看他长大，我下不去手。
Anyway, after surmounting the final steps of the village of the Purple Cloud Mountain, you'll come across a rather interesting scene. With fleshy tree branch visuals, my stomach dropped for a moment, thinking that this was going to be a bed of chaos situation, but fortunately the wall of flesh gave birth, shooting out this strange change in theme for the area, going from a bug-related theme to a more occultist style. From what I can tell, this boss fight is referencing a section of Journey to the West where Wukong enlists the help of a constellation deity being to help him fight a Scorpioness, perhaps the wife of Scorpion Lord who mentioned a wife in his dying breath. The constellation takes the form of a rooster, and fighting alongside Baji and Wukong, they proceed to beat the Scorpion Lady's ass. This constellation is called Orionus, and is presumably the son of the Snake Lady who helps Wukong defeat the Thousand-Eyed Taoist in the book. The fight with Duskvale is a fairly straightforward but somewhat difficult fight, which, at least in Phase 1, has an appropriate use of projectiles, throwing these bone feathers from time to time with a satisfying but obvious telegraph animation. The chicken gives you plenty of natural openings at points, which helps supplement some of the more awkward moments of trying to deal damage on the legs of a big beast. That being said, this fight has a generous way of guiding your attacks in the direction of the nearest leg, even despite not having a lock-on point on either leg, which I found to be refreshing when many fights make aiming your attacks at giant legs to be a nightmare, especially in situations where you're underneath the boss and your camera is somewhat obscured. At Phase 2, Duskvale uses domain expansion Blood Moon and summons Red Rain across the arena, starkly changing the visual theme of the boss fight. An aesthetic choice that fits the Phase 2's bonus abilities, including one of the more well-designed projectile attacks, reminiscent of Ludwig's Moonlight Greatsword projectiles, in which the Duskvale will throw these blood attacks at you that are diagonal slashes, giving dodge leniency in one direction or another. The other upgrade is a really dumb barrage of bone feathers on his previous feather attacks, including heat-seeking ones, which to me are the opposite of interesting or well-designed. Aside from that, the boss is mostly the same, with maybe some increased aggression or extra combo attacks, but overall a very cool and pretty good boss fight, which will give you the very important vessel item of this chapter, a needle infused with the Duskvale's power given to you by the Snake Lady. In the book, this needle is said to have been cultivated in the Eye of Orionis and is the key to overcoming the Thousand-Eyed Taoist's laser eye attack, which was overpowering Wukong. The Snake Lady then tosses it and tells Wukong to return to the Temple of Yellow Flowers, which he does and finds the Taoist clutching his eyes as they had been stabbed out by the needle. She then appears to collect the Taoist, after turning him back into his true form, a centipede that had been living on the Purple Cloud Mountain. After completing the secret area, I continued through the Temple of Yellow Flowers, eventually finding the last of the purple rune papers, which summoned a temporary fight with this celestial creature called the Supreme Inspector, who will only fight you for a small chunk of his health bar, before being told off by another celestial creature, this Crane Immortal, who remarks that Wukong's attempts to help the fourth sister are in vain. And he's not wrong about that. This is where her individual storyline effectively ends, which I at least found to be pretty unsatisfying. The Crane says that he's going to transform her into a mighty golden pill, and I don't know what the fuck he means by that, but I guess we're supposed to accept that helping her was pointless. Just past this point, we come across this scene.
师兄，师兄，救我！
既叫你设了局，又与你法宝相处，怎就败了？
真见了他，我下不去手。后来天命人赶到，我打斗不过，洞里已被那猴子搅到翻天覆地。
区区一只猴子也退无礼。 你旧伤未好，又被他大做心伤。放心，我替你打点。师妹，我的那样东西，可还在你身上？
还在。
师妹啊，你虽样样不济，能把天命人引来这里。 也算功德一件，但我借你的东西，得先还回来。再吞噬掉天命人的结余根器，我便可不再受昆仑摆布。师妹，你的仇我自然会报。你苦了一辈子，安心去吧。
For your first attempt on this boss, the Spider Sisters will all attack the boss with you. giving some pretty cool animations and a unique cinematic moment within the boss fight. However, at around 80% health, they'll all flee, and subsequent attempts will spawn the boss at 80% without the sisters. This fight is another, like the bear fight and the yellow sage, that's really hard and annoying to damage consistently for a couple of reasons. Firstly, he falls away a good distance after staggers, leaving you to either whiff a bunch of attacks until hitting the further reaching light attack final combo hit, or you'll have to sprint or dodge towards him at every stagger, which really kills the momentum of the fight. The stagger moments should really be a reward for dealing high damage and chained together with the other combat abilities in your arsenal, which I see as the greatest strength of Wukong's combat system. However, a fight like this extends the fight by forcing you to take small timeouts every time you deal too much damage. And on top of that, this boss is really difficult to hit consistently at all, based on the wonky hitboxes of his front legs, which you'll be targeting for the majority of the time in the fight. Once again, I'm reminded of the inferior Violet Spider boss fight, which ruins the momentum of the second sister fight by making the spider too big to properly, consistently, and rewardingly engage with. I wouldn't be surprised if this fight was originally designed to be smaller, yet was increased in size at the last moment after realizing that he wasn't all that intimidating when appropriately matched up against Wukong. Unfortunately, this fight is fucking garbage for it, and is easily a fight I would use every ability at my disposal to destroy as soon as possible, including the vessel that I was immensely glad to have after realizing how unsatisfied I was with what I was playing. But we'll get to that. The last real momentum killer of this fight is his burrowing attacks, which either burst out of the ground with an appropriate telegraph but still offer no interesting gameplay, or attempt to telegraph with lightning strikes but absolutely fail to do so in an appropriate way. This attack is preceded by 2 lightning strikes, with presumably the third being the moment you're supposed to dodge. However, there is no animation whatsoever for this move. Instead, the game either decides that you were hit by it and fucks you up in a grab move, or decides that you dodged, then plays an animation of him bursting out of the ground. I feel like it's needless to say, but a boss animation should clearly be part of the telegraph of the boss, not some arbitrary timing minigame with no visual information whatsoever. This is especially frustrating within a grab attack, the most punishing move within a boss's moveset. If there was one piece of advice I could give to game science, it would be to telegraph their grabs more effectively, because this is like the 20th time that I've seen a hidden animation grab attack, which I see as pointless difficulty fodder and not good game design. The final moment of frustration in relation to the game cucking you out of the damage you deserve is giving the boss fucking iframes on several animations, including his digging animation that he'll use to activate the bullshit grab, and his phase 2 startup animation, which just arbitrarily makes him invincible for anime rules, I guess. All of this, either intentional or not, will result in many missed hits, notably many missed heavy attacks that you should have landed if the game was keeping it real. And that's all before getting into his phase 2 mechanic, which starts with an animation where he glizzy gobbles his sword, becoming a knockoff Quelaag Hoaraloo. His phase 2 mechanic activates domain expansion arbitrary difficulty, which thrusts you into a series of questionable debuffs. You'll have decreased stamina and the less effective roll that's tied to difficult terrain. On the combat side, the boss becomes immune to immobilize and you lose access to your transformation spells, and he's able to parry your attacks with a bracer. On the boss side, he'll gain access to a heap of pretty shitty moves, such as a field-spanning AoE with terrible telegraphs, and this wonderful moment. All of which just makes him a huge pain in the ass that I found no real pleasure in beating, so I finally made use of a vessel item, which hits him with a charged up needle, breaking you free from the debuffs, granting you an opening, and best of all, ending the fight quicker. This really is an awful boss and a terrible end to an otherwise incredible chapter. Chapter 4 really brought me back after some of the lesser aspects of Chapter 3, and had some of the best fights in the game, and unmatched vibes all around. The character moments were great, except for the lack of story related to the fourth sister, but even she had some cool moments, such as webbing up the Buddha's hand boss after its defeat. With the chapter's final boss defeated, a cutscene plays showing the violet spider's death.
师祖下来救我！
母亲。
你还是和那时一样笨呐。
母亲，母亲。
本事虽有长进，却还是个笨货。这番不但伤了悟能与他的小情人，还毁了人家的大阵，罪过，罪过！凡人也好，神仙也罢，都想着戒断过往，重启炉灶。可命运啊，就像爱人的舌头，嘴里一套，心里一套，哪怕亲口尝到，也不知到底是想要还是不想要。
I take back everything I said about the animations being too long. In hindsight, I only mentioned that after seeing the fox animation, which seemed irrelevant but interesting, whereas this animation is anything but irrelevant. Telling Baji's backstory in this format serves such a valuable storytelling purpose in such a creative way. For context, in Journey to the West, Baji was originally an admiral of the heavenly reeds within the celestial court who was punished for coveting a moon goddess and banished to Earth in his pig form. After being recruited for the journey, he never really grows or changes, which is a shame and a missed opportunity that Black Myth attempts to correct. And in my eyes, they've succeeded, creating a charismatic, interesting, helpful, and funny companion for you throughout your travels. Chapter 5 begins with Wukong and Baji bursting into an ashen land filled with undying revenants that resurrect shortly after being defeated. After beating them again, Baji then takes the lead, Cloud stepping away to size up the enemy, leaving you to explore this new area. A short ways into this area and you'll find yourself up against a boss fight with the Pale Axe Stalwart, while fire rains down on you from above. With this in mind, I chose to eliminate the source of the fire, which was shredding Stalwart's health, as I watched from a distance. After passing him and pressing forward up the path a bit, I came face to face with the first of 4 cart bosses that dot this chapter, each building off of the moveset of its predecessors. This one only seemed to have access to around 3 moves, each fire related, and mostly forward facing attack patterns, which made it quite the pushover. And after clearing the area of ads, the same could be said about Pale Axe Stalwart, who hits hard but has a relatively small health bar, which makes sense to me considering he'll become an NPC just after beating him, and wasn't designed to be all that difficult. He then tells you of the mini cart bosses and will be the key NPC related to the quest behind them and unlocking the secret area of Chapter 5. A short ways further and you'll be interrupted by the Father of Stones boss fight bursting through a retaining wall. This enemy carries a skeleton while he fights, which is pretty strange, and he is a huge pushover, quite literally, with giant stagger windows that will see you through the fight with minimal effort. Next you'll see the health bar for the gray bronze cart, well before you'll actually be able to fight it. I assume because the cart is aggroed to you, but only to spray fireballs at you while you attempt to find it, which is kind of a weird choice, being that there's a good section of gameplay between you and the cart filled with enemies, including the tanky spirit-holding enemies. While you search, you'll also begin to hear someone calling for help in the distance, but you'll have to get past the cart before you're given a chance to investigate. Once you've located this cart down this narrow crevasse pathway, you'll be tasked with avoiding its very simplistic moveset while unable to pass by it. The carts all try to build off of the previous fight, most adding new moves to their moveset, but this one instead offers a difficulty increase through having the fight in this cramped arena, and this only really results in having to determine if the cart is going for an AoE slam that's dodgeable, or a fire breath which you'll have to find cover to avoid. The fight still ends up being a huge pushover, and after its defeat you'll be free to proceed to the next area, which contains an arena with a captured fox dangling from a rope tied to a tree limb. The fox asks you to free it, but before you can, you're assaulted by the first of many duo fights within this chapter, quick as fire and fast as wind. However, there's actually a book-related reason for the abundance of duo fights in this area, and it all stems from the journeying party's first arc involving the Red Boy. You see, Tang is kidnapped by Red Boy. Obviously, he's kidnapped by every single person in the book, but Red Boy's efforts to defend his cave for long enough to eat Tang involves utilizing several of his duo commanders, those being Cloud and Fog, Fog and Cloud, Quick as Fire, Swift as Wind, and last, Hurly Burly and Burly Hurly. After a series of problems to solve and challenges to overcome, Wukong eventually gets help from Bodhisattva Guanyin, who subdues the Red Boy, then takes him in as a disciple of hers, a fate that he seems to enjoy upon later visits. Chapter 5 of Black Myth is largely a retelling of both the Red Boy plot and a later section where Wukong requires a mythical item called the Plantain Fan to put out some immortal fire blocking their path. It's one of the more important sections of the book because those flames were knocked out of Lu Zi's brazier as Wukong escaped imprisonment within it, immediately following his capture by Erlang and preceding his imprisonment under the mountain. Those flames fell from the heavens, burning a mountain so hot that the nearby town would suffer heat waves ever since, which could only be mitigated by the plantain fan. These chapters represent Wukong seeing firsthand that his immortal strength has consequences for many in the mortal realm, and offers him the opportunity to right the wrongs of his past. To do this, he requires the fan, which is unfortunately in the possession of Red Boy's mother, who thinks that Wukong had killed her son. Eventually, through scheming, Wukong impersonates her husband and his former comrade within his demon era, the Bull King, by taking his form and stealing his golden-eyed beast steed, which he would find by visiting the king's current home, the cave of his fox spirit concubine. However, the bull uncovers Wukong's plot and foils it, also mad about the death of his son, creating another scenario where Wukong needs the help of the Celestial Court to continue his journeys. He calls up a bunch of the Celestial homies to back him up, but most specifically Prince Nata, wielding his many weapons including a flaming ring, who eventually beats down the Bull King and cuts his head off, which does grow back, but it's kind of just to represent his defeat. While behind the scenes, Baji slays the fox spirit concubine of the Bull Kings, which isn't played as all that important. After which, Wukong fans the flames of the mountain, extinguishing them, and then returns the fan before continuing on his journey. Anyway, back to this fight, which is a huge pushover and doesn't seem to attack all that much, thankfully, because duo fights are largely dogshit. The first rolling head boss mostly just sits there while you wail on it, sometimes spewing fire in your direction, and the flying head sometimes hits you with a wind blast, but you can pretty easily tank the hit or avoid it, and finish off quick as fire with minimal effort. The second head is much harder to land hits on as it spends most of its time flying, but also occasionally falls to the ground and, like with the other, lets you fuck him up for extended periods. The Phase 2 head does pick up some fire attacks, but I didn't let it stick around long enough to see many of them. The boss also uses a really funny suck attack while in flying mode that only deals a little bit of damage, which I used as an opening to Pillar Stance mode smack the shit out of him, beating him shortly after. Once the boss goes down, a cutscene plays revealing this fox to be our Shrinekeeper character for this chapter, a cute fox girl with some cannons. She explains that the son of the Bull King and Princess Raksashi had rebelled against his parents, burning this chapter with his Samhadi fire, which can only be countered by the MacGuffin fan. This sets up our motivation for the chapter, but Baji isn't convinced and shares with us a golden cicada transformation in case that we might need it. I find the little moments like this where Baji, an otherwise self-centered character, makes sure to look out for us and get our backs, serves well to build a strong connection between players and him. And at some point, this game really just became a buddy cop game where you and Baji kick ass and take names wherever you go, keeping everyone in line, including members of the Celestial Court. I really cannot say I saw that coming when I first purchased this game, but I also wasn't all that familiar with the original Journey to the West story at the time. Ping Ping, the fox girl, shows us the way to her adopted mother's palace, down the side of a cliff and into a cavern, an area which will need the fireproof mantle we obtained in the secret quest in Chapter 1 to fully explore. This allows us to walk on lava surfaces without being harmed and allows us to enter the fight with the Flint Chief, an enemy that resembles the Stone Vanguard. However, this fight doesn't have the interesting jumpable moves that the Vanguard had, instead offering a unique stagger mechanic that involves shattering his arms. This fight gives you lock-on points on either arm, which makes focusing your attack on one limb easy, and after breaking it, the boss will lose a chunk of its health bar and you'll get a huge opening. I definitely see this fight as an elite enemy style boss, despite the unique mechanic, and I was disappointed not to see an adaptation of the Vanguard's moveset. Beating it will give you a crafting material for upgrading the Smashing Stance staff and its spirit. Just past the lava section, before you get into the palace itself, you'll be met with another duo fight, this time with Misty Cloud and Cloudy Mist. The first one is literally just Pinwheel, which is funny even down to having 3 masks. And the second one is just a lizard dude with a bundle of flaming sticks as a weapon, which hits way harder than it should. Neither one is very impressive, but together they're just 2 unimpressive bosses that I forgot about until looking through my footage. Another boss of elite enemies that will drop their spirit for you upon their death. After proceeding a bit further, you'll find the Princess's Chambers, which triggers Baji's Golden Cicada, allowing Wukong to listen in on the conversation between the princess, Ping Ping, and some dude with a bowl.
再这么拖下去，哥哥的凶行一发，父王怕是必死无疑啊！
你是当真关心那放荡老牛？别以为做娘的不知你那点小心思。难保不是盼望我们都气死了，好与你哥哥在这山中逍遥快活。
母亲冤枉！若不是心忧父王安危，我何苦找到上仙一起来这里央求？
狐狸精就是狐狸精。我看你只想骗去芭蕉扇，做个人情献给聂儿。
我是父王的亲生骨肉，承蒙母亲不弃，才得以苟活至今。哥哥待我再好，又怎比得上双亲的天恩呢？
扇子的事我意已决，当时多造的孽缘，如今不配自怜。反倒是你，挑这个时候来，是何缘由啊？
师姐，这是你的家事，为界外人，本不便智慧。但平儿找到我，说天命人已经到了火焰山。
天命，天命，乖乖听老天命令。气个老不死，名字起得倒怪传神的。
他的真实来历，你我皆知。届时，你的儿女也好，丈夫也罢，连上这罗刹宝地，都难逃灰飞烟灭。
一颗身不由己的棋子来了，又有何惧？我说老牛与孩儿，我那芭蕉扇，也不是吃素。
他前脚得知身世，天命人后脚就到，两事同时发生，师姐，不觉得诡异吗？
绅士？什么绅士？你们在说谁？
我听闻剩余几个遗物，都已落入天命人之手。师姐，事已至此，你还不明白吗？是谁让他回来的？那些东西当真是修炼至宝？只怕我们一个个自作聪明，到头来反倒成了助他还魂的祭品。我不在意别人死活，我从来都只在意你一个人。不如我们两个一起走吧。当年在上面我如何待你，今后也会如何待你。
师弟，到了这种时候，竟只有你还挂念着我一下没了主意。来，坐上来，与我细说。
母亲，不可信他，这厮面露奸相，定有轻薄之意。淫贼，我是白瞎了请你救人，你竟趁人之危，你敢！
长辈们说话，轮不到一个庶女弄舌。我与你母亲相识的时候，你那父王大约还套着牛梭子，不知在哪里离地呢。
淫贼下贱，母亲别信他。
一边清静清静。这才好些。师姐，下界之后，小仙还从没离你这么近过。
师弟，这些年其实我也很怀念宫里的日子。
这是何物？
猪蹄还能是什么？再不醒醒，你要扑上来啃一口了！
杀我也！气杀我也！好个阿杂东西，竟敢化作师姐模样炸我！
哎，老朋友，见什么外呢？咱俩携手剿灭狐狸洞的日子，我老朱也想念他紧呐！
狡猾东西，亏我一片诚心，竟着了你这恶心手段！
扯什么淡？这一路的阴兵诡将，以为老朱看不出是谁的杰作？哟，神职，你也到了，正好正好， 你说出一起会会这坏了纲常的滥淫贱货，孽畜！
这么多年了，还是妖性难移。我这斗帅宫的无根水一旦落了地，看你还如何放肆！曾经我助你等西行，今日不妨。
The funny thing about Baji pretending to be the princess in this moment is that Wukong used the exact same move on him within their first meeting. See, Baji was engaged to a woman within the mortal realm shortly after his banishment, and in the time afterward, he eventually turned into the hog form that he's in now. It's kind of implied that the family just doesn't want him around because he looks gross and eats a lot, but he also seems to be holding his wife against her will. And so Wukong intervenes on the father of the household's behalf, rescuing his daughter and then taking her place to ambush Baji. After messing with him for a bit, he then has a fight with Baji before recruiting him to their party to become a Buddhist, at which point the Tang monk gives him the name 8 Rules. Anyway, this fight really has it all, if by all you mean all of the worst aspects of a bad boss fight. Projectiles, arena damage, tons of gank, and an abundance of downtime. Really just a cavalcade of dogshit design choices. After wailing on the dude enough, he'll teleport away, spawning a ring of adds, some archers, and some melee revenants. I found this to be an excellent time to utilize the transformation spell that I only really embrace within fights I would rather skip. The whole bonus health bar of a transformation is hugely helpful, especially so in gank situations where you're gonna end up eating a bunch of small hits of damage. You'll also have Baji by your side in this fight, who is a huge help within the gank aspects of this boss. Now this fight has one aspect that I couldn't find any information on and didn't really figure out while playing, which is the yin-yang status effect bar that was building up at different points in the fight when I was hit by projectiles. When full, your character is coated in white and a debuff icon appears below your stamina bar, but it didn't do anything of note as far as I'm aware. When Keeper finally comes back to the fight, he seems to hit me with an untelegraphed grab attack, similar to Yellowbrow, and pretty much all of his moves will be essentially untelegraphed, considering you'll never commit any of them to memory, and he's just a weird wizard with arbitrary bursts of damage, or magic spells that don't need to be dodged as they only set up arena damage. After reaching low health, the Keeper will flee once again, this time summoning the Horse Gwai NPC that I had missed in Chapter 1 and never went back, skipping him entirely, only to later find out that he's not all that important and only drops his transformation spell after a massive game-wide quest. This fight is half decent, but only being a small part of a giant mess of a fight, he doesn't stick around all that long. His whip attacks are fairly well designed, but honestly, who cares? He's the best part of this fight and is one ad that represents like 1/10 of the fight in total. Upon his defeat, a cutscene will play in which Jared Leto Raiden recites us some poetry before unleashing a fish into the arena, which swallows Baji whole. The rest of the boss fight is against this yin-yang fish, a boss without limbs that flails around to deal damage, like so many other garbage bosses of the past. You could honestly reskin this boss to look like the Shadow of the Erdtree's divine beast, and it would be hard to tell them apart. There is one point in this fight that is worth mentioning though, and that's when the fish flies into the air, releasing 100 seeking projectiles, which I obviously failed to dodge because these type of attacks are meant to be blocked with the spinning staff move, which is a very rarely used mechanic. Despite taking up a whole skill tree path, the spin move is really only useful for deflecting projectile attacks that spam so hard that dodging is impossible. And I thought about this system so rarely that I had only used it to full effect on the final boss of the whole game, which had a similar attack and took enough attempts that I finally felt the inclination to invest in the mechanic. I will say there was one other point at which I attempted to do so, and that was while fighting the Captain Lotus in the Pagoda Realm, the boss with the purple lasers and projectiles. In one attempt, I blocked all the projectiles, which made me feel like I was taking a big step in understanding the combat on a deeper level, only to be immediately hit by a laser that shot through my spin block, while still deflecting the remaining projectiles in the air. And so I came to the opposite conclusion instead, assuming that blocking projectiles was largely going to be a setup allowing the boss to hit you with a melee while you're mid-animation. In hindsight, I think I was probably at least somewhat wrong and should have spent more time in different fights trying to utilize the projectile block effectively. and so I might have a slightly skewed opinion on certain fights because of my aversion to projectiles. But in my defense, I did try and was shot down, so take it with a grain of salt, I guess. Anyway, the fish is a pretty annoying simple fight that I would rather not fight again. After being removed from the yin-yang land, Baji, taking the whole being swallowed thing on the chin, remarks that the keeper used to be a good dude until he was ruined by Wukong, a simple line that alludes to the effects that the original Wukong's actions have had on this land, which allows us to reflect on whether or not walking in his footsteps is such a good thing. Following this, we come upon another fight with a cart, this time the Crimson Silver Cart, who had access to dashing attacks, and a move that will emit flames from all sides. Despite this, still a cakewalk fight, but the last you'll need to progress the quest towards the secret area. All that's left is to speak to Palax several times and then find the final cart. But first I'll have to progress in the level, stopping to pick this mushroom, which turned out to be the 9-capped Ling Zi Guai, one of the more interesting of the plant bosses. Though hard to see in the heat of battle, this boss will use a move that rips off the top of its own head and then throws it like a frisbee. If it connects, the attack will then graft itself onto you, causing you to be instantly poisoned and leave behind a trail of exploding fungus. This is a really cool but very punishing attack, although I would eventually find that this effect can be removed by activating Rock Solid. But this is only a temporary solution, because hitting this boss at all will increase your poison bar, and once full, you'll be once again infected by the mushrooms. Luckily, I now knew how to deal with this effect. One thing I found strange about this game is the amount of unique elite enemy style bosses. This is the one enemy in the entire game that uses an attack like this, whereas in any other game you would expect some amount of reuse purely for the sake of efficiently designing a game. I'm obviously not complaining. In fact, it's really impressive, and a testament to game science having a really creative team overflowing with cool ideas. Now the next section of gameplay will have you attempting to reach the Bull King, but to do so, you'll have to pass through a narrow path with a spiked ball rolling back and forth. I got my ass kicked several times until finally using a bit of strategy. I equipped the Centipede Guai's Spirit, which passively increased my speed, but I also equipped a legendary drink to my gourd, which increased my movement speed significantly for a short time after each chug. Both of these made short work of this challenge, which ends with a rather unfortunate cutscene.
扇子我找着了，你看，母亲大抵是左右为难，才逆了行踪，却把扇子留了下来。只是这大铁球滚来滚去，不见消停。幸好后哥哥及时赶到，你且助我引开它，我好举扇灭火。
小狐狸，这当真是芭蕉扇？
放心放心，母亲曾教过我使用口诀，一扇下去便知真假。
那老牛哼哼的十分虚切，顾着只剩半口气了。老朱姑且信你一次，尽点力气挡住那铁球，你趁机使出扇子。
猪八戒皮糙肉厚，死不掉的。猴哥哥，先随我一起去救夫妻要紧。
Now there's something very odd about the design of this area and these series of events, because you only have access to the secret area of this level at this very point, after the rolling ball has broken some rocks and after the fire has been extinguished by the fan, which means you would have to be steps away from saving the Bull King, only to walk away and clear a whole other section in order to see all of Chapter 5 in one go. It just feels odd, but it will bring you to this fight with the Flint Vanguard, a boss that takes the form and name of the Stone Vanguard, but again doesn't have the same interesting interactive moveset, and also takes place within an arena filled with lava stonemen adds. Even after clearing the adds, this fight is just an inferior fight, with flame status effect for added difficulty, and that's about it. Beating it will grant you, just like with the Flint Chief, another of the 3 crafting materials you'll need for the staff upgrade, and this boss's spirit. A little bit further down this path, and you'll be able to summon the Mother of Flamelings, if you've beaten enough Flamelings to collect their items to deliver here. This boss, like every boss in this chapter apparently, is also a gank fight, this time summoning 4 and then later 6 Flameling adds. As you might expect, this fight is fodder and drops the last staff crafting material, and drops your spirit. Lastly, before reaching the secret area, you'll have to speak with Pale Axe where you first met him, and then where we fought the 3rd cart, and then we can return to the end of this path, which now triggers a cutscene where Pale Axe is getting fucking chewed on by the final and ultimate cart boss. Rusty Gold is the first cart boss that actually puts up a fight. With melee attacks and flame spouts, it's nothing to scoff at. It feels like it's in a good place within Wukong's meta, and even when bebopping it around quite a bit with Immobilize and Staggers, it's going to take that beating and return quite a few attacks itself. I wouldn't quite say that it's a great fight, but after beating 2 bosses in a row with huge gank aspects, this is a welcome sight. After defeating the rusty golden cart, Pale Axe can be spoken with, where he reveals that his wounds were fatal, and then he proceeds to have the most melodramatic death since Tropic Thunder. And so, with all of the carts dealt with, for some reason, this allows us to access the secret area, and just to the left of this entrance, we can find ourselves the next frog fight. The Fire Frog is once again an excellent play on the base frog template, adding comprehensive elemental upgrades to nearly every one of its moves in one way or another, so that no one special move gets in the way, stealing the show, and the frog can have a really good close-range game, especially now with the added threat of burning damage. His kicks now throw a burning area on the ground behind him, which serves to push you around and within range of either arm or tongue attacks, and several of his melees now throw a line of fire against the ground in your direction. He's still pretty low health, or maybe just really weak to lightning, considering my charged heavy with the mythic dragon staff took off like a third of his health. But this is another huge win for the frog fights. Now that you've made some progress throughout this secret cave, which at a certain point has taken you back in time, just like in Chapter 2's secret area, you'll eventually enter this area, trigger a cutscene, and then see the spiked ball from earlier come tumbling down into the arena with you. These two continue the strange trend of the duo commander fights within Chapter 5, but this time do it with a lot of restraint that you don't often see in duo fights. There seems to be a mechanic in place that doesn't allow both of the bosses to attack you at once, and often one boss will shell up completely until you've drained the other's health bar a bit. Does this make it a good gank fight? Yes. But a good fight overall? The inclusion of 2 different bosses means that either both will have small enough health bars to be equivalent to a single boss, or they'll both have to be simplistic enough that you'll get the hang of it and survive through twice the health bar of an ordinary boss fight. In this circumstance, it's the latter, and minus the spare few moments where you have to dodge astray from the non-aggroed boss, the actual experience of beating these 2 will mostly be in the form of fighting one relatively simple boss for a while, then fighting another simple boss for a while, over and over until they're both dead, and the only thing that switches it up is a single event move where they'll combine back into a ball, charge at you a couple times, slam the ground with big AoEs a couple of times, and then split again. Yeah, it's not the greatest experience in the world, but at the end of the day, beating a gank fight without much frustration is always a good thing. Lastly, within this secret area, which feels quite small now that I think about it, but maybe I was just spoiled by Chapter 2 and 4's, is the Bashui Golden-Eyed Beast, which I believe is supposed to be the animal within the cart bosses, but it's kind of hard to tell. This guy reminds me a lot of Flame Lurker from Demon Souls, the way he thrashes around with a bunch of flaming slams, except Flame Lurker kind of sucks, and this dude doesn't have lingering AoEs on all of his attacks. It's still a reasonably difficult fight though, with a pretty big health bar and limited natural openings with a wide variety of melee swing speeds. Though I didn't have many attempts on this boss before beating it and didn't have that much experience, I did find moments where a really satisfying rhythm between dodging and attacking took place. And even its more powerful massive AoEs had pretty good lead-ups with ample time to prepare with either distance or dodge timing. Now one thing that's really interesting about this boss, and I believe it's the only boss in the game that does this, is after being knocked down onto its back with a heavy attack, it will roll very casually back into an attacking state, swiping at you once. This is likely to catch you off guard considering that every other boss fight with a second stage of stagger knocking them onto their asses will then offer you a big stagger opening, allowing some more powerful hits of damage. And at this point you'll have become quite used to the mechanic, having taken advantage of it within many fights. Having this one moment of trickery could have gone one of two ways. The bad way, which would have taken away your opening with a nearly untelegraphed hit just for the sake of tricking you, or this way, which very smoothly transitions the boss back onto its feet, giving you just enough of a surprise to keep you on your toes while offering ample telegraph to dodge the attack. And this attack itself offers you a small opening if you weren't hit by the attack and don't need to heal, all while keeping the boss and the player locked into the fight. The fire bear fight, as I've mentioned, stumbles after it staggers, and so chasing after it will eat into your opening time either way. I, for one, am happy to see something like this instead, which trades opening time for engagement, resulting in a boss that feels very aggressive, like it very much wants to fuck you up, even after being hit hard enough to knock its dick in the dirt. And if you manage to knock it down that hard a second time, at that point stay on the ground for a moment but flail around in a rage. This boss perfectly represents a beast-like fiery rage that's beaten down into submission harder and harder as the fight progresses. With the final knockdown, the beast has no attack to answer for it and simply attempts to stand back up. What an awesome attention to detail that really fleshes this fight out with a ton of personality despite being a simple rampaging beast. With the final boss of this secret area defeated, we're presented with a cutscene that describes the circumstances behind the Bull King's son's birth. It turns out that Princess Raksashi was made to drink from the River of Childbearing, a mystical river that gets you pregnant without the need for sex. Yeah, I think my ex-girlfriend used that same excuse. The funny thing is that this is a reference to a chapter of the book where the Tang monk and Baji take a drink from the river and therefore get pregnant and need to get some Plan B water that Wukong needs to source from a nearby well guarded by the Red Boy's uncle, who also thinks he's been killed by Wukong. It's fucking wild that a book from the 1500s has a section where two of its characters get boy preggers and need to go get a boy abortion at the boy gynecologist. Things really do never change, do they? The princess claims that their family would be doomed if the secret of the Red Boy's conception was revealed, and she's not wrong, as the boy finding out himself has caused him to renounce being a disciple under Guan Yin and bring calamity to the Bull King's kingdom. With the secret area cleared, we get some crafting mats for a staff that I've by far outgrown, offering no power increase and no passive ability, kinda weird, but we also get no vessel to help with the final boss. So the real reward for this secret area appears to be mostly lore, which I'm fine with, because the challenge of a good frog fight and the beast fight were more than enough of a reward on their own. And so, after leaving the suffering and threatened Bull King for hours while we investigated his wife's weird relationship with the yin-yang wizard, we finally returned to him to see this cutscene.
趁着哥哥不在，父亲可把那东西交还于他。此物一旦物归原主，哥哥自然死心，火焰山的结束也便解了。
好个破猢狲！怎么作死都死不干净啊！可惜来的不是时候。
父亲糊涂了吗？小女把天命人带来救你了。
是糊涂了，可眼没糊涂。你不是我女儿。
父亲此话从何说起？频频吃尽千辛万苦，寻了人灭了火。 不就是为了回到父亲这里？
早知把眼也戳瞎好了，免得见你作怪。
莫急啊，老畜生！一会儿就碎了。
枉我卖弄这般手段，没意思，真没意思。不如都杀了利索。
我打扮做那小妖精，自问一般无二。你是怎么看穿的？
他不像你，面上敬我，心里一点儿不惧。
啊，原来如此。少不得要再把那小贱人抓回来，好好耍子一番。不过，眼下先把你们两个好兄弟烧成灰葬在一起，闲情雅致，时候多的是。
Honestly, it was a good call for the red boy to disguise himself as a cute fox girl with cannons, because I absolutely would have let my guard down. Baji was once again a real one for seeing through it and mistrusting her, likely fueled by his recent mind controlling by the spider ladies. But this also parodies the various moments where Wukong sees through a fiend's disguise despite his companions not recognizing it. It really can't be said when the red boy took her form and place, either the whole time or perhaps after the wizard whisked her away. But depending on how closely this game is paralleling the book, we can assume that the red boy was the one tied up the first time we met Ping Ping. This is the exact circumstances that the Tang monk first found the red boy in, and the reason he was able to get the best of the party despite Wukong's warning. Either way, it's pretty much left in the air considering we never see Ping Ping again and never get the chance to clear things up. She's another of the shrine keepers that fucks off immediately after you deal with their problems, or potentially in this case, never met us, and everything just turned out alright for her, without her intervention. The red boy fight is pretty simple but bolstered by a large health bar. He fights quite similarly to the Black Wind King's human form with flurry-style spear combos and fire-breathing attacks. The big mix-up of that formula happens after half health when the red boy flies into the air and Shadow Clone Jitsu's a bunch of himself that he'll use as projectiles. I had a really hard time dodging these for some reason, maybe I was just tired at the time, but I feel like my game glitched shortly after and the red boy came down to the fight while several more clones had yet to attack. This left the next few seconds of gameplay to be a complete mess of attacks that I could only roll spam against, being that the red boy brought my camera with him, leaving me blind to the many incoming clones. In previous attempts, the red boy was the last one to attack and the move worked well enough, so I'm just gonna chalk it up to a glitch, or maybe I fucked something up, I don't know. But eventually within this run, I got my shit together and managed to beat him.
这孙子走到哪里，哪里就家破人亡。小儿虽一时落败，但精气未散，只怕不过半晌。 还能站起来。这东西我得来后一直封在胃囊，无人知晓。我不敢吃，他来要，我更不敢给。狗屁天命，都是苦命。且莫信了这些方便，此番 能否再修正果？全凭之前因缘造化。
多亏这张地契符，那土地老儿虽然技不如人，也算死得其所。
我说怎么删了没下一滴雨？原来一直是你这憨儿在捉弄我。牛哥，捞出来吃一不？对不住，臭小子！叔叔今日就带你父母执行家法。
We are once again reunited with the homie Baji, whose loyalty and bravery are put on full display as he shields us and tanks a huge fire blast before joining us in the battle. The Yaksha King is the perfect example of a difficult boss, playing to Wukong's strengths and giving massive benefits to those who invest in learning the combat well. It might look like I'm mindlessly beating the fuck out of this dude from the footage of my final attempt, but make no mistake, if I had let him gain momentum, he would have hit me with some pretty nasty combos, and especially an event move that's incredibly difficult to time, dealing some significant damage. However, after finally finding value in the pillar stance throughout Chapter 5, ever since I upgraded to the Dragon Staff, I utilized a well-timed pillar which ate the first bit of his combo before knocking him out of it with a lightning-imbued heavy. This fight is really satisfying and really brutal until you get down a few quirks and capitalize on his weaknesses. And at this point, I believe this to be the optimal style of fight in Wukong. I never learned more than a handful of his opening attacks and a couple more powerful moves, and dealt with him very effectively within a dozen attempts or so, which allowed me to efficiently progress to the many more fights still left in this game. In fact, I took a mindset like this throughout the whole game, beating bosses relatively quickly, and still ended up with over 50 hours of gameplay for one clear of the game. And even though I didn't spend much time with this boss, he was definitely a highlight.
你这厮甚不通变，只想着报仇。 家都不要了，把师兄的东西吐出来！
奴家来迟，大王受苦了。他们没一个肯来。
夫人，罢了。
两位上仙，万望垂死，饶我儿一命。这孩子是西方夜叉部仅剩的一缕血脉，身世之悲惨离奇，世间罕有。他现在已无还手之力。 若能放他一条生路，我罗刹女与大力王情愿潜心隐性，做官修行，连同一对儿女，永驻火焰山。
夫妻两人甘心代他受罚。如果上仙不弃，这把宝扇也一并送上。
有情出有火，火出无情。知仇不报，何来修行？他们想看的，正是如今我们跪着的模样。我偏不让你们醉。
熊皮，你戴罪立功，赐饮一对。雕鼠，你替天行道，耳朵拿去。黄梅，你重振旗鼓，鼻子收好。白眼，你忍辱负重，舌头留下。牛魔，你大义灭亲，最是不义。他的身子留给你了。
你这老牛，真是晦气到家了。这一辈子就没选对过一次。
什么时候就
牛哥，你省些力气，咱们还要杀上天去擒那玉帝老儿。此子看着像是天兵头领。牛哥，你把我殿后，我去会他一回。
我知你不情愿，可我又何尝不是勉强？那孩子，是他们逼我吃了子母河的水，借腹而生。若无那只猴子，
我们本可当这一切从未发生，你我从此两地分居，各自清静。
老匹夫，你早知我身世，为何还愿做他们的狗？孩儿本不想与你恩断义绝，你若还念一丝骨肉情分，就该把那东西交付于我，放我回去给同族报仇。
大王，
这把扇子送与那猢狲，
叫他退兵去吧。
你弟我教训了，你儿我送人了，今日你婆娘那柄扇子我也要定了。任师傅修正过，只有这条路是留给我们走的。长兄还不明白吗？
猴哥，那老牛的小娘子也被我一耙处死了。拨开一看，原来是个玉面狸精。
未变过，起舞，宁愿沉默。我可以做，别笑我，笑我。情，你言说。一笑而过，我把心酸来骗我，骗我。我们。
我一直以为攒了功德，入了仙班，他们就会放过我，也会放过你们。原来我这样的人，只怕独自活着便是罪过。长兄，照顾好妻儿，我死后画的东西碰不得。
夜叉毕竟是8部战力之首，纵然铁打的筋骨死个百十回也合情理。可那小鱼儿、小车子，为何也打得这般狼狈？风风火火，云里雾里，你所见即是你所愿。若不是心神不安，怎会被自作聪明的孩儿所骗？急之亦不暇，缓之或自明。下次没了悟能，你还能悟空吗？
With all of the relics collected, Wukong and Baji traveled together towards the stone egg on the mountain. However, this should not be done without dressing for the part, and that means collecting the various pieces of Wukong's iconic fit, which he in his youth forced some dragons at Rod Point to gather for him. The story goes that when Wukong was born from the stone egg, a light emitted from his eyes, shining all the way to heaven. Cut to many years later, after he had learned the way, immortality, and his transformations, he wished for a weapon that matched his style. He decides to ask a dragon if there's such a weapon within his hoard, and after declining every option, someone mentions the massive rod of iron which has been shining as of late, seemingly sharing a fate with Wukong, shining the same way his eyes once did. Wukong enters the hoard to see the rod, which is supposed to weigh 13,000 pounds, then lifts it with ease, and upon seeing its inscription as a compliant rod, he tells it to shrink, and so it does, becoming the iconic staff that we know him to use. And with that, he feels as though he needs a proper battle attire to complement such a legendary weapon. The dragon, so fearing of Wukong's strength, is forced to cooperate, but has no such attire, and Wukong's like, "You got homies, right? Call them up, see what they have for me." And after a short while, the dragon brothers arrive and put together the drippiest fit they could find, which includes Cloud Strider boots, a golden chest piece, and a phoenix feather cap. All items we'll need to collect throughout this area. The idea is similar to how the transformation spells work, and the idea of obsession putting spiritual energy into objects, which you acquire in order to take the form of an object's owner. We, as the Destined One, need to collect the various important objects of Wukong's before we can fully embrace his role in the world. But before we're able to start exploring this area, we're stopped by the Supreme Inspector. Now, just for the record, this fight is another where I eventually began seeing some serious performance issues as the game chugged against his many lightning and flame effects. So I apologize that the footage kinda sucks, but I was also dealing with it on my end, which was just as painful. I'll try to keep this short so the footage doesn't stick around long. The Supreme Inspector fight sucks, and that's pretty much all there is to it. His telegraphs are mostly hidden with some exceptions, and in Phase 2 he gets access to a flaming unicycle, the default state of which is really difficult to distinguish from any of his flame wheel-based attacks. It feels sloppy, it looks sloppy, and it's really a pretty difficult fight, which in contrast to the Yaksha King, generally shuts down your powerful abilities through one instance of bullshit or another, with the exception of the Plantain Fan vessel that I would advise you to use against him. His final phase will hit you with a scripted grab and then burn a circle of flame around you, which I would later find out can be dispelled with the Plantain Fan. Really wish I would have known that earlier, but what are you gonna do? After beating this dude, he flies you way up into the air and then you rip his fucking head off, which I found to be very satisfying after a garbage boss fight. With the bird dead, Wukong is left plummeting to his presumed death just before his sentient somersault cloud comes to the rescue. This ability will become pivotal towards your exploration of the subsequent area, allowing you to summon and dismiss the cloud at will, aiding you in traversing Chapter 6's unprecedented scale. It's quite the surprise to go from the basic Souls level design style of game for 5 straight chapters, only to be granted unrestricted flight and a whole mountainside to clear. But this really is just a power fantasy moment, which was mostly obligatory so as to include Wukong's classic cloud somersault ability. The actual level that results from this design choice is pretty bland, only featuring a handful of bosses with 4 repeats, many of which are hard to spot without a guide. The scale is so big that designing this level in any other way than simplistic would be unrealistic. It's kind of like when you zoom out in Google Maps. If you increase the scale, you lose all the street names, and so this area just becomes a simple boss rush. So first, let's get the repeats out of the way. There are 4 fights with the Poison Chief, a play on the Flint Chief, with a really strange follow-up animation to his attacks. Almost every attack will scatter these explosive poison bulbs around, which completely fail to show where the actual explosion will be because they fall into the ground. After fighting 4 of these assholes, it really sinks in how annoying and seemingly inconsistent this attack is, but luckily you shouldn't have to worry much. These dudes are pretty squishy if you apply all of your abilities you've attained at this point against them. The next fight that I flew into started a cutscene showing a bloody, burning battlefield with many corpses scattered around, which Baji follows you into, warning you of incoming danger. The fight is with the golden armored rhino, whose horn has the same damage blocking effect of the golden coated Yellowbrow. 2 pieces of information that I foolishly didn't put together until my second attempt. and I spent my first attempt trying to hit the rhino in the ass with little success. After taking a moment to think, I led my next go with a charging, smashing stance heavy with a staff I had recently crafted from the fire boss's mats, which would burst a pool of fire underneath the smashing heavy's area of effect, and the rhino's horn, as expected, shattered, making the fight much more direct and a lot less of a pain in the ass than I first assumed it would be. From there, its attacks become pretty simple to dodge, and the only thing that shakes up the fight are the moments where the rhino is struck by lightning, which restores its golden horn. But if you keep an immobilize on hand, dealing with the horn once more is no problem. This is another fight that knows well its place within Wukong's combat, offering interesting ways to utilize your abilities, and an appropriately sized moveset for the level of investment that you'll have with the boss. After beating him, the gold Suzy armor chest piece will recognize your strength, and will see you as the next Wukong, equipping itself to you. Just below this fight, you can find an elite enemy boss called Zhao Long of the Waves, the final dragon fight of the game. And this, alongside the Poison Chief fights, is where you'll kind of pick up on the vibe that this area is at least somewhat of a conglomerate of cutting room floor feeling assets, included for the sake of fleshing out this giant swath of play area. Where most of the other chapters feature pretty well thought out placements and implementations of enemies, this final chapter has a bunch of repeated enemies, and this fight, which is just a naked reskin of Chen Long with a melee based moveset. Also, he's Dragon of the Waves, but he lives in a puddle, which feels just off enough to comment about. I wouldn't even say it's all that bad, but it is a noticeable dip in quality compared to most of the rest of the game. However, I just might have a bit of insight from the book that gives a tiny layer of potential context for this fight. You see, at one point, the Tang monk is captured by an iguana dragon living in a palace at the bottom of a river. Wukong eventually goes to see the same dragon that he had bullied into giving him his compliant rod and fit, where he learns that the iguana is this dragon's nephew, and gives further detail that his sister has many children because, as he explains, a dragon is to have 9 offspring and each species is different from the others, before listing the species, including red, black, blue, yellow, some weird ones like a clam dragon, and finally an iguana dragon. The Dragon King gives the order to his son to collect the iguana dragon and then punish him, and I think that this fight is supposed to be a subtle representation of that dragon, which presumably had been banished and found itself hiding here in this small puddle. All of that speculation being said, it's just a little disappointing that the final dragon fight in the game is an elite enemy level boss with very little personality. Its design is great. I like that this guy seems a lot more savage and animal-like compared to many of the other dragons, but that comes with a layer of unimportance that makes him feel more like a base level enemy and makes the fight pretty forgettable. What's not forgettable, however, is the next and final frog fight of the game. This dude is a bit of a powerhouse, using earthen projectiles, power burps, and an extended rock solid that acts like the golden buff of Yellowbrow. However, the mobility of the frog makes it pretty difficult to land the big hits that you'll need to break through this buff, so you'll be greatly encouraged to use your immobilize effectively here. This frog inherits the fire frog's follow-up attacks on some of its moves, but this time dealing rock-based kinetic damage, and again, I find this fight to be really well designed and engaging. The rock-solid mechanic does seem a little unrefined though. The frog enemies have always seemed to be a bit squishy, and this buff might have been an attempt to remedy that. But after you break him, he gives a good stagger animation of opening, so I imagine if you were much more efficient in breaking him than I was, you would probably see him as a pushover. But his reward is fairly interesting, if you've beaten all the other frogs throughout the game so far. Each of these frogs drops a tadpole item upon their defeat, an item that I was naturally encouraged to seek out when I first equipped the frog spirit in the early game. This spirit requires tadpoles to be upgraded and might be the only spirit that requires a material unique to them to upgrade. Every other spirit I invested in only required some will, Blood of the Bull, and a Knot of Void items, which are universal spirit upgrading mats, and you'll have an abundance of them by the end of the game. The tadpoles being unique had piqued my interest for a while, and only after reaching the second to last upgrade did I get to see the description of its final form, which said it would transform into one of 5 different frog forms in one of the elemental forms. Seeing this in action had been a priority of mine for several chapters, and now that I had the required materials, I upgraded my frog to some disappointment. This spirit becomes completely random, sometimes giving you the most valuable frog to the situation at hand, and other times wasting the charge on something mostly useless. That being said, this ability is so cool and works well to be an interesting reward which culminates the journey of hunting down the frogs into one mythical item. which I found hard to switch away from despite its random nature because the frogs were such a fun side quest that spanned the entire game. Now another of the somewhat random fights within this area is the Waterwood Beast, a hippo with whirlpool water traps that slow your roll and are extremely annoying. There's not a lot to say about this fight. It does the same Elden Beast style of diving away from you, which makes the fight kind of tedious. And unlike the other spirit-style animals of this area, isn't part of the quest to retrieve Wukong's armor. He's just a hippo here, and a larger version of some smaller hippos placed throughout the area. You'll get a mind core for your troubles, an item that would likely have lost its value at this point in the game. I had already maxed out everything but health, defense, and resistances with Celestial Medicine, so I would definitely skip this fight on a replay. The next fight within this area is a reskin of the Father of Stone's enemy and is a steep increase in difficulty from the other Stone family bosses. I'm gonna have a hard time describing why I hate this boss so much and why it feels just so bad to learn, but it mostly comes down to its lightning follow-ups, which have such a skewed timing and area of effect and telegraphs, that being anywhere near this boss becomes an immediate threat. And similarly to the Firebear of Chapter 1, this boss has a forward-facing area of attack on most of his follow-ups, and so you'll likely just want to attack the back of his legs. But even that's not enough to keep you safe, as many of his follow-ups will be large enough to hit behind the boss. And then there's its ultimate move, which is a giant AoE where the boss claps its hands, dealing damage for a huge area, in damage that I don't believe is dodgeable. However, this attack leaves a huge opening, which would make you think you would be rewarded for dodging it. However, I never managed to do it, so either I suck, or the fight does, or we both do, I don't know. I would definitely describe this fight as a difficulty for the sake of difficulty style boss, and I didn't find him remotely engaging or satisfying. And again, your reward will be some simple crafting mats that you've likely outgrown to an extent, including another mind core. Now back to the important fights of this area, there's a fight with this giant cricket, which involves holding the square button, and that's it. He jumps a couple of times, and then a cutscene plays where you rip his antennae off, and you're given Wukong's hat. And as anticlimactic as that is, I will say having this guy hop around throughout this area the whole time while you were exploring gives a really cool vibe to the area. But that's really all the value this asset provides, which I found to be kind of weird. The next important fight is with this cloud-treading deer. And I'm just now realizing that each of these animals features an aspect of the armor piece that they represent. The gold-armored rhino drops gold armor. Ripping the flaming antenna off of the cricket gives you a phoenix feathered hat looking like antennae. And now we have the the cloud-treading deer. This boss has a high degree of ice status buildup throughout the fight, and therefore I took the rare opportunity to utilize the Ring of Fire spell here to find some kind of use for it. And I was greatly impressed by its viability here, finding that if hit by the fire spell animation itself, the cloud-treading deer will be knocked over in a similarly sized opening to an immobilized spell opening, making this one of the most effective instances to use the Ring of Fire spell that I found throughout my playthrough. This boss will also spam a ton of icy tornadoes throughout the fight, and I attempted to utilize the plantain fan to blow them away or something, only for it to be completely ineffective, and after googling it, I learned that the Wind Tamer charm is actually the right vessel to use here. I never would have considered them to be strong winds, being that the ice is the major threat, but that's also because I'm fucking stupid. And so I fought the boss with all of the tornadoes present, and it was a total clusterfuck with moments of respite through big heavy hits or Ring of Fire knockdowns. After draining the boss's health bar, it'll enter a phase 2 where it becomes a poisoned blood based enemy, which I find pretty metal but also somewhat confusing. I'm not sure why this happens, and I was nervous about fighting a phase 2 after a difficult boss fight full of tornado adds. This version of the deer has much less health, and with this part of the fight lacking the tornadoes, you can deal damage much more consistently, and also Baji joins in on the fight, which should make the phase 2 end quite quickly.
这次我是头功。爸，有你们猴子在，老猪次次都是空忙。 神智，日后平步青云了，可别忘了携带叔叔。别学你那祖宗，好事不曾想过我，脏活累活全拿我顶缸。此处了账，再去别处看看。
After beating the deer, you're given the cloud-treading boots, and with 3 of the armor pieces collected, you'll have access to the 4th by triggering this cutscene at the center of this lake.
神智，快救我一救！这东西可不好消化。哎呀！
The Emerald-armed Mantis fight has one of the most awesome arenas I've ever fought in, and I can't help but to look back and think of all the awesome moments where they've taken advantage of the transformation rules of Immortals in this game to design some really creative encounters. The fight itself is at least somewhat disappointing to me for a couple of minor reasons, mostly due to having a complex moveset, again, without the proper motivation to learn the moveset well. This boss's health bar is far too small to justify the amount of its moves, as well as the length of its combos. And with the knowledge that I will likely never see this asset again within this playthrough, it's hard to bother caring enough to invest in learning the fight well. And don't get me wrong, this is as much as a critique as it is a compliment. It's wild how many bosses there are in this game, and just how few reused assets there are. But this in itself is somewhat of a double-edged sword. Knowing that there's so many bosses that have so much potential to master, but there's only so much reward in learning those bosses is, in my eyes, an overcorrection compared to something like Lords of the Fallen, the poster child for lazy reuse of content. This game encourages players to leave a lot on the table because the table is fucking massive. How am I supposed to pick up everything and master every boss when there's 100 bosses, and something like 80 of those are completely unique? Of course, this could leave a lot of room for replayability, but that's a whole other can of worms. Throughout my first playthrough, I consistently found myself with the opinion that this game has far too many upgrades and items to collect to find another playthrough all that enjoyable anytime soon. It's honestly pretty exhausting in the best way possible, because almost every inch of this game offers something worth gathering which will increase your power in some small way. But looking back, that's a lot of ground to cover for a casual replay where I would ordinarily want to crush everything quickly with the skills I acquired and the knowledge I now have. That being said, you could also play the game in New Game Plus. However, I also found myself near instantly starting another playthrough the second I finished this game. I didn't really want the game to be over, and so despite all my intuitions telling me that I wouldn't enjoy playing the game any further, I played again, and got to chapter 3 before I started hyper-focusing on this script and lost interest, but the game until then was still very enjoyable. I will say though, there's a ton of non-skippable cutscenes and encounters which do slog down the pace of a replay, and so I'll probably take a break for a while before I return once more and crush the whole game. Anyway, returning to this fight, it's atmospherically really cool, with Baji complaining when you deal large hits of damage that unintentionally damage him in the process. But with the Mantis's limited health, we do eventually save him, which then plays this cutscene.
今次又劳小侄儿救命了。老猪吃素，想必里面也不甚阿杂。哎，你莫嫌，你莫嫌。好在你把这东西取回来，不算太亏。现在师兄的金甲都攒齐了，该去那水帘洞里坐坐嘞。你随我来。
With all of Wukong's drip collected, we can then continue to the Curtain Waterfall Cave area, which is Wukong's reoccurring home within the book. However, there is one last boss in this area which requires a series of collectibles to activate. Throughout the game, you'll have seen this mandrill hanging around these Buddha head statues, which can be interacted with to collect their Skanda items. And after collecting them all, you can enter this desert-style area, waking up the giant Shingandang, a pretty gimmicky fight similar to the Curse-Rotted Greatwood in DS3, a boss where you'll target massive weak points that eventually burst, dealing huge damage to the boss. It's a cool spectacle, but there's not much more to it than that. After lowering its health, it'll collapse, giving you a natural path to climb on top of it, and see the same mandrill having a heated debate with the animated stone head. This cutscene ends with the mandrill giving you an item that you can then take to Dog, so you can turn it into a special celestial medicine which increases your health, stamina, and melee all at once. Kinda weird to receive a reward like this far into the game, but I'll take it. And with that, we've cleared the exploratory section of Chapter 6, and we can now proceed through the Curtain Waterfall Cave, eventually coming across to Wukong's Compliant Rod. But before you witness this cutscene, I feel like you'll want some context. As I mentioned, Baji eggs on the Tang monk to banish Wukong for the first time, at which point Wukong returns to the Waterfall Curtain Cave to lead as the handsome Monkey King once more. However, the party he had left behind runs into trouble almost immediately, being held up by a yellow robe fiend that nobody can seem to overcome. Eventually, Baji is convinced to seek Wukong's help, and Cloud steps his way to the Waterfall Curtain Cave where Wukong calls him out, saying that he looks like no monkey he's ever seen before. After revealing himself to be Baji, Wukong shows him around the cave, asking him to stay and eat fruit and play with his monkeys. But Baji then reveals the danger that the Tang monk was facing, and the two reunite with the party to deal with the fiend. Again, within the original story, Baji doesn't grow all that much at all, and there's never a moment where he really owns up to his faults. But this version of Baji is much more fleshed out.
你是哪里来的彝人？我这大圣部下的群猴都是一般模样。你这嘴脸生得各样，相貌有些雷堆，正是别处来的妖魔。自从西行之后，我许久没来过此处了。不想还是这模样。当年他在这座上，还压着我给他磕头呢。原来藏在这里了。果然，连观音都说那猴子一毛不拔，这东西必然也是留给猴子猴孙的。小侄儿，还是你来试试吧。
You're then given the Compliant Rod, or Jingu Bang, a poetic name that means gold-banded staff. This weapon has a synergy with Wukong's armor, which gives you a bonus perk, but only if you meet the 5 gear piece requirement to activate it. This means equipping the 4 pieces of armor as well as the staff, which will then decrease your spell cooldowns on a critical hit. And that goes hand in hand with its 3-piece perk, which moderately increases your critical hit chance after using a spell. As well as that, the staff comes with a unique passive perk that prevents your 4th focus point from depleting over time, making your heavy attacks more reliable. All of this comes together to make this whole set incredibly powerful, and the game strongly encourages you to equip it before continuing. However, what the game doesn't tell you in any effective way is that you really shouldn't continue just yet, as there's one last secret area to clear. And I believe this point in game where you've become the spitting image of your predecessor is the perfect time to tackle it, by returning to the Great Pagoda in Chapter 3. This section of the game is unlocked by witnessing all of the end chapter murals which line the wall of the pagoda, which means you can activate it just after Chapter 5. But I really wish that the game had a more clear way of showing you that the secret area has opened up to you. Within my first playthrough, I was reading a guide so as to avoid missing the fights here, which told me to fight them after the final boss fight, and after turning down the option to enter New Game Plus. This did allow me to fight these fights, however, there's a huge ending-based cutscene that only activates after you've beaten this area before beating the final boss. And so I missed out on it and had to finish my second playthrough to get footage of it, the true ending. Following the path along this mountainside will bring you face to face with Erlang, the sacred divinity, who struck down your last incarnation. This fight seems to be one of revenge on behalf of the original Wukong. However, this whole plotline of pitting Wukong and Erlang against one another isn't really reinforced by the book whatsoever. In fact, it seems to be directly contradictory. Erlang and Wukong only have one conflict within the book, where Wukong is subdued and imprisoned. However, after the point that the Tang monk frees him, Wukong becomes a fairly devout Buddhist with a small learning curve of not killing bandits or stealing people's shit. He only meets with Erlang one other time, in which they coincidentally run into one another, engage in friendly banter, and then Erlang agrees to help free the Tang monk from whatever monster was preparing to cook him at the time. That's the only 2 times that they interact, and so it's jarring in hindsight to see the first cutscene in the game be a clash between them for some reason. It's clearly meant to set up the cyclical nature of the game, and I suppose we're meant to assume that there was an unseen moment where the beef was reinstated. Maybe another Immortal Peach Festival incident, or maybe purely for the fated destined one to come into being. It's hard to say. But where we're at now, all we know is that we'll have to take down Erlang once and for all to end the cycle and hopefully find some peace. This fight is a monster of mostly contrived difficulty, separated into a series of events that you'll break through over and over, starting with his shield mechanic, which chips away damage into him until it breaks, allowing for a period of considerably more damage taken. That is, until he regenerates the shield after a certain amount of time or upon reaching certain damage thresholds. The first is at 75% health, in which he flies into the air and summons his enlarged axe that crashes into the ground, with Erlang himself following shortly after with a lightning strike. The strange and poorly designed thing about this axe is that its slam attack will send a wave of ice radiating away from the center slam, both in its enlarged form and its smaller forms. The visual for this wave is firstly somewhat hard to see, especially so within this event move where a large part of your screen will be covered by the axe, and you'll likely assume that the hit of damage came from a missed timing on Erlang's secondary lightning slam. It just feels like a lot going on to introduce this axe slam mechanic at this point. And that's not all, because this radiating wave of ice is also far too slow, often resulting in a situation where you'll have nowhere to dodge without either being hit by the axe slam or the resulting wave, which reinforces a back dodge spamming mindset on the majority of Erlang's longer combos, and makes the fight a flurry spam fest outside of event moves, which usually have decent sized openings afterwards, though usually not long enough to achieve a full charged heavy attack, as Erlang implements a sidestep to avoid your larger hits, which artificially gimps your total viable moveset. The workaround I used to make use of some of my focus points was to use jump heavies, which he still had the ability to sidestep, but usually fails. The bottom line is that this fight is kind of a throw a bunch of shit at the players style of fight in order to make it hard, and half of that involves nerfing your best abilities. And again, like the Yellow Dragon fight, it just kinda shows off how basic and unrefined the game is without the more developed and interesting power fantasy layers to the combat. Yes, it's a difficult fight, but no, it's not a good fight. You should be proud to have overcome it, but the devs should have definitely done better to make it an engaging and interesting fight rather than just a difficult fight. The rest of Erlang's abilities include several more event-style moves with projectiles and lasers, and a passive ability to absorb whatever element you throw at him, imbuing his weapon with it and giving him a temporary unique moveset for that element, I believe. It's a really cool concept, and clearly Game Science wasn't phoning it in when designing this fight. There's a ton of detail and mechanics at play within this fight. In my eyes, it just missed the mark, and fails to offer interesting gameplay and engaging combat. And all of that is just to kill Erlang, a confusing plot point that's hard to understand as anything other than a mindless and unending cycle of violence. But as you near the end of this fight, Erlang has one last trick up his sleeve.
不如随我先回天上大醉3天，再大战300回合。
这般模样的，果然还是这只猴子。你不在的日子，我每天都在想你。猴子，你还未用过这般法相吧？先与他们操练操练。
The game transitions to this insane kaiju-style fight with the 4 Heavenly Kings first seen in the intro cutscene. This fight is pretty easy and mostly exists as a cool spectacle moment that indulges in the power fantasy of Wukong's most powerful lore-accurate abilities. But again, it just feels like mindless violence that will obviously result in further violence. Clearly, if the gods were pissed enough to send a massive amount of resources and men just to execute Wukong after the events of the Immortal Peach Festival, then they're gonna do the same and more after slaughtering 4 Heavenly Kings and Erlang, the Jade Emperor's nephew. I mean, they banished Baji for hitting on a woman and Sha Monk for breaking a glass. This is obviously going to provoke some ire. And that's without considering the implications that this fight has physically for mortals. The arena is placed within what looks to be an uninhabited mountain range, but come on, you can't tell me that a fight like this on this scale isn't fucking someone up. The earthquakes and rubble alone probably took out some town somewhere. And unless you're just vibing with the sick kaiju action, which, hey, I get it, it's sick. Otherwise, you're probably going to be feeling kind of weird about the circumstances of this fight, right up until the cutscene following the boss.
我听见人讲说，这妖精有情人。我老孙比那王位还高1000倍，他敬之如父母，视之如神明。你怎么说出为奴啊？望如来方便，把松箍咒念一念，吞下这个金箍，交还如来，放我还俗去吧！大肆圣旨，让怪物看了看当外法之官，不再什么小金子都听。那怪说有些认得我，想必不是凡间的怪，多是天上来的精。好，大家散伙。
看你的口眼，这就摘下来给你看。
是，太硬了。我遣众兄弟一路侍你，就是为了这一刻。那一战后，直到今日，我才明白，一世名锁不住他，一道孤困不住他，以肉身之死换意念永续。但愿你不会辜负他。我心结已解，你的路才刚开始。
It's at this point that you'll have realized that this whole fight took place within a secret area. The areas in which you've been sent back in time or within murals into a nebulous state where you're witnessing events that unfolded long ago. This whole section of gameplay was purely Erlang showing you what happens when the gods and Wukong clash, and how it always ends in an unending cycle of violence. And that's why this is the path you must take to reach the true ending, the enlightened ending. Because, as Erlang says, no prestige or band can keep Wukong caged, implying that only through self-cultivation can Wukong keep himself from hurting those around him. And with that lesson, we can now continue through the path to our destiny, towards the birthing stone. As you travel, you'll be met by celestial soldiers riding lightning strikes to meet you as you progress up the mountain. Clearly, the court doesn't want a second coming of Wukong, but they're not exactly sending their best to stop you. Eventually, you'll reach a scenic peak where Wukong was born within this stone. And with that, your travels are completed. After gathering all of the relics across the land and returning them here to the place it all started. And after entering the stone, you'll find this mysterious monkey that had been narrating the end chapter murals, as well as that was within the intro of the game. He guides you across this mindscape while reminiscing and rebuking Wukong's original story and younger age, all before sailing into the final arena of the game.
到了，后面我们不便再送，你需独自过去。孙悟空死后，留下了一具6根全无的残破骨谶。纵然多年过去，那残躯仍有天然灵性，能感应自己生前的气息。你若真是天命所归， 便去亲手将这具不生不灭、无魂无魄的僵尸除去，从此6根合一，稀有重续。
不成，太医上木木出出的，我不放心，我同他一起去。
这个地方本就是悟空死后残留的执念所化，这返本还原的最后一关。 只有靠他自己，你我帮不上忙。不信，你看，
小猴子，好侄子，打不过就跑。悟空的名头，咱不要也罢。
The The stone monkey fight is strangely easy and straightforward compared to what's to come, using some basic slam moves and then buffing them with fire or ice damage. One of the coolest things I find about this fight is the rock solid grab he'll use, which is activated if you're spamming too hard and end up being parried. In this instance, the boss will initiate a grab move with a pretty well telegraphed animation, but it will be fast enough that you'll likely get hit on your first time seeing it. This initiates the grab, having the stone monkey toss you around a bit, and you'll likely remember it for the next time you end up hitting his rock solid. The genius thing about this grab is that it's actually 2 instances of grab attempt that you likely won't see until overcoming the first attempt. After dodging the first, again, you'll likely be caught off guard by the second bit of the animation, which has the same timing as the first. And so this one single parry punish ends up having a really satisfying learning curve to it, which punishes you greatly through many instances of its design. But you're also given plenty of opportunity to avoid this attack, either by avoiding the parry and not hitting his rock solid, or by dodging the 2 follow-ups, which then results in an opening. I've never seen a boss attempt a double grab before, and the design is really cool and gets cooler the more you think about it. Anyway, the rest of the fight involves dealing with his slam moves, which in Phase 2 get buffed with massive AoEs that will either instantly freeze you or instantly set you on fire. And ironically, neither of these debuffs are all that threatening. Taking place in water, you can remove the fire effect by rolling once. And because the freeze triggers instantly, you can just mash roll to break free rather than having your movement slowed gradually leading up to the moment of freeze. The last phase of this fight will have the stone monkey use the Pluck of Mini spell, which summons another one of him, making the final stretch a duo fight. And I've gotta say, Game Science really has a grasp on making gank fights that don't feel all that cheap or frustrating. They've seemed throughout these duo fights to implement a very restrictive style of each boss attacking one at a time rather than having independent AI that dogpiles you. We've come a long way from Ornstein and Smo, and we're much better off for it. This fight is actually pretty satisfying and intuitive, automatically changing your lock-on to the attacking boss so that you're only rarely caught off guard, and it all comes together to create an incredibly frantic, awesome battle that really keeps you on your toes and keeps you thoroughly engaged. I cannot believe I'm saying that about a gank fight. Honestly, great job, Game Science. After a while, the clone will despawn and you'll be left to finish off the remaining chunk of the fight. And the only complaint I have left is that this boss will arbitrarily cuck you out of your heavy attacks by disappearing, leaving behind an icy or fiery after image. It's kind of a reoccurring theme within these endgame fights to remove your ability to consistently land heavy attacks so as to increase the difficulty of the fight. I don't think that reducing the player's abilities is a great thing to do in a game like this, especially when it's just for the sake of difficulty. I wholeheartedly believe that the concept of video game difficulty is something earned through careful consideration and thoughtful design, not something you default to just because the fight takes place within the endgame. Taking away abilities, buffing boss health, and having undodgeable moves are all cheap, lazy, boring ways to artificially inflate the difficulty of bosses that don't deserve the title, which is frustrating when the Yellow Dragon fight managed to be difficult without doing any of that. The Great Sage's broken shell starts with a full health bar at phase 1, which is meant to showcase a bit of his basic abilities, and there's not all that much that's so special about it. The biggest change from any other boss is the Great Sage's ability to utilize a perfect dodge, which leaves behind the exploding after image, which will chip away at your defenses if you attack recklessly. And this fight really highlights what I've been saying about this game being a very attack-forward game in an exception that proves the rule kind of way. This is the one fight in the entire game that requires you to utilize proper openings after the boss's attacks. After spending the entire game developing a mindset where you'll spam attack every moment that you're not dodging, this fight will straight up stop you dead if you're attempting to lead any attack rather than bait out a boss's attack before attacking his openings afterward. And the same thing applies to his rock-solid parry, which I'll touch on later, but will activate if you get greedy with an opening. The phase 2 of this fight has something like 5 times the health of his first health bar, and so unless you begin understanding the meta that this fight is putting forward, you're going to run out of healing. This endurance match of a fight is really going to force you into a much more tactical Dark Souls style of gameplay with little room for anything else, and that's exemplified within phase 2. Many times over, I've seen this boss referred to as the Aura boss, but personally I see that as a huge misread of what this fight is supposed to represent. After the broken shell takes back his relics, he essentially becomes the fully functioning Wukong that we see at the beginning of the game, complete with his personality and faults. This fight introduces a heavy attack counter punish, in which the Sage will catch your attack and then beat the fuck out of you with your own rod, which means once again you'll have to find an ability to utilize your focus points in another way. He also gets rock solid that once triggered for the first time will send you into an animation where Wukong beats the fucking shit out of you and then yawns and kicks your staff back into you, doing the classic "come at me bro" finger wave. Luckily, on subsequent rock solids, he'll instead attack with a normal melee counter, which can be dodged. And lastly, he'll have access to Immobilize, finally turning the tables on your most powerful and useful ability. Now at face value, it looks as though he activates this ability whenever you hit the Chug Jug, which would seem to make this animation unavoidable. But in reality, this is a smoke and mirrors moment. Whenever you hit your gourd, there's a chance that the Sage will activate a spinning animation which will end with the Immobilize spell. And if you're caught in it, the game will play a cutscene showing you mid-drink, even if the drink animation was much closer to being finished at that point. However, the game seems to read your dodge input pretty well, checking if you press the button at all and giving you the dodge, rather than relying on iframes. So really, this move, while frustrating, can be easily countered, and will only get you if you're not paying attention. From a gameplay experience, this fight is really restrictive and not all that fun, and sometimes doesn't work well with the Wukong combat, such as in the moments where you'll activate your third hit in the light attack combo, which deals multiple hits of damage, and can often result in you activating the Sage's rock solid even when you are being conscious of it and you're not being greedy. The multiple hits upon a single input can really fuck you over here, and that's again the fight demanding perfection, while the combat is a lot more sloppy and fun. And so this fight ends up being a pretty abrasive experience that you'll likely find more value in beating than in actually fighting. However, this fight is much more than just a boss to beat, and much more than moves, movesets, animations, and all that. When looking at this fight as the symbolic sentiment it represents, it becomes the absolute greatest fight in this game. Final boss mirror matches have always been a moment to encapsulate the entire experience that a game is trying to represent. from Soul of Cinder being a combination of every player who has ever beaten DS1, who then turns into an avatar of Gwyn in his final phase, to the nameless puppet in Lies of P being a battle between a puppet turned real boy against a real boy fashioned into a puppet, where the stakes are to determine which one of you deserves to say that you're really alive. This fight with the Great Sage's broken shell phase 2 should really be called the Unbroken Great Sage, because after retrieving his relics from you, he really does become Wukong once more, and not the enlightened Wukong that finishes his journey to the west and becomes a true Buddha, but an alternate failed Wukong who maintains many of his faults and foibles. He's arrogant, laughing in your face at several points, irresponsible, taking a break to eat a peach mid-fight if you avoid him for too long, and extremely violent, reveling in the combat with extremely long combos or animations that end with him encouraging you to attack him. This version of Wukong failed to learn anything of value from his journey, and he represents a mirror that you're staring into as you fight. And the only way to effectively overcome this fight isn't through mindless violence and light attack spamming. Instead, you're encouraged to allow the sage to swing at you and then overcome his attacks and rebuke his violence with an appropriate response, as overcommitting will punish you back. The only way to overcome this boss is to teach him, as well as yourself in the process, that unprovoked violence isn't the answer. A lesson that you've hopefully learned from Erlang if you've finished the Enlightenment quest and all the secret areas in the game. This fight encapsulates the journey towards enlightenment and requires overcoming your own faults turned against you. And sure, I might be looking into this a little too much, maybe game science didn't even consider that, and we're just trying to make a difficult fight. But I, for one, after playing the whole game and seeing all the attention to detail throughout, believe that this is what they were going for, especially after watching the two game endings. In the first, the old monkey retrieves the fillet from the water and places it on your head, implying that you've learned nothing from your travels and the new game cycle will repeat itself, resulting in your defeat at the hands of Erlang, and therefore, you'll become the soulless Great Sage's shell fought at the end of your next new game cycle. This whole concept is representative of the reincarnation cycle, which is meant to eventually result in your enlightenment after a grueling series of lifetimes practicing self-cultivation, hopefully resulting in your eventual true ending run, where you'll learn from all the secret areas, you'll beat Erlang and learn from his battle, and you'll have your eyes opened, revealing that you have no need for the Titan Fillet spell to keep you in line anymore. And finally, you'll have reached the true ending that takes place at the end of Journey to the West, where Wukong becomes a true Buddha and the spell is removed. Upon your completion of the true ending, one final animation plays, this time showing a compilation of Wukong's deeds throughout the book, but in reverse order. And I'm gonna leave you with that. This game was such a welcome surprise that I didn't expect to be so invested in. This is clearly going to be my longest video yet, and I'm glad that this was the game to do it. Every time I thought I was done adding layer upon layer to this video, the game impressed me again and again. Enough so that I ended up doing more reading than I've done in a very long time, writing a massive script and including many cutscenes that speak for themselves. The thing is, this game isn't all that impressive from a technical level, with performance issues, cheesy combat, bosses with huge reliance on projectiles teleporting and hidden telegraphs, and most poignantly, a reliance on the free opening spell. However, while each of those aspects can be annoying on their own, the game has highs that far surpass its flaws within aspects of the game that are far more important in the long run. This game was crafted with an immense amount of care, including a massive amount of unique enemies, a huge list of bosses, and all overflowing with details from the book, steeped in a rich and unique culture that I don't often find myself indulging in. If you're an Xbox player and haven't had the chance to play this yet, well then I hope this video did the game justice. Anyway, if you've made it this far, let me know what you thought in the
饮了这杯，我们一起打上凌霄宝